Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, it's that time again. We're here. Had some choring to do earlier today. I guess I need to put my headphones in. I know what I'm saying. Had some choring to do earlier today, and I got that stuff done. Most of it done. Some of it done. Most of it done. Yeah, we'll go with that. And we're back here at the shop. My little oasis, the paradise in the woods. By Talos. This cannot be happening. Yeah, it is happening. This is the beginning of hour 6 of the 72-hour live stream extravaganza. We started right before noon yesterday. We're going to go to just after noon on Thursday, which would be, let's see here, Monday to Tuesday is 24, Tuesday to Wednesday is 48, Wednesday to Thursday is 72. So that is 72 hours of live streaming. And then we'll top it off with the Old Humble Happy Hour at 9 p.m. on Thursday night. So yesterday, what we did, I actually started all the work on Sunday night, but click that off my face. This is what we did. Let's take a quick walk. See if we can do this. All right. Let's look over there. Over there, you see the distinct lack of barrels because they're all over here. We moved these barrels up onto the gantry crane starting Sunday. This thing kind of looks like it's, I think it's just the roof. It looks crooked up against the roof, but I think it's just the roof giving me that angle. Anyway, so we transferred the whiskey from the tote to the storage tank. We moved the last barrel up onto the tote and drained the last of the whiskey into the tote. We began the filtration process, and we're about to go over to that part of the shop in just a minute. We began the filtration process and bottled up the first 12 bottles of our brand new whiskey. 5 hours of work for 12 bottles of whiskey. Today, the goal is to pretty much bottle the shit out of my whiskey. I'm just going to bottle up as much of it as I can, filter another couple of barrels. You're going to get to hear all the stuff that I think about. I'll move this a little closer. You're going to get to hear all the stuff I think about the distillery while I'm here. And topic of thought all day long today, it's just the dumbest topics. Just the dumbest thing. It's a dumb thing to think about all day. And the worst thing about it is I was thinking about it because of stupid Josh Hawley. They're like, men aren't really men if they're playing video games. And blah, 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 blah. Like, fuck you, Josh Hawley. You're an idiot. Anyway, all right. So enough of that. We are still on a quest for 500 subscribers. We are at where are we at now? Let me look and see real quick. I think we're at 481. We're at 481 subscribers. So we need those last 19 subscribers to top over the 500 subscriber mark and unlock our community tab so that we can send out show updates and bottle giveaways and things like that to more people and be more accessible to more people. And then we're on to the next milestone of 1,000 subscribers. When we pass the 500 subscriber mark, I will begin plans to spend the night at a local haunted cemetery. Spoiler alert, it's not really haunted, but it has a rich, beautiful history, sometimes a little bit of a dark history. but we will be able to explore all that history while we're at the what you call it, cemetery. There you go. Fun fact: the difference between a cemetery and a graveyard is that a graveyard historically is attached to a church. A cemetery is a freestanding, usually private business, but a freestanding facility where people are interred, well, people's bodies are interred, usually either part of a municipality just outside the municipality or incorporated as a private business, either within the city limits or outside of the city limits. But graveyards are always associated with the church or formerly associated with the church and attached to the church. Um, and that is a historical distinction between the two. It's one of the reasons why you don't see graveyards very often anymore because churches don't maintain graveyards. Um, they don't keep graveyards because they don't have the money to maintain the grounds, and churches are usually now inside of cities, and cities have rules about graveyards and dead people being buried in the grounds. Um, a gentrified graveyard. Uh, right. Cemeteries are definitely uh, different than cemeteries with a C. And also, you would be surprised at how many people in the funeral industry don't know how to spell the word cemetery. I have seen the word cemetery misspelt at a funeral home and cemetery convention, and it was a stunning mistake that was made, and we laughed about it for like 2 days because people in the cemetery and funeral home industry have wicked senses of humor. Um, but let's go over there, shall we? Uh, it's going to be a process of moving all this crap, but that's fine. I can do that. My camera's not wireless, uh, but at least not yet. Y'all want to make it wireless? Y'all can. Send me money. There we go. We're back. That is going to be the workstation for today. I don't know. We are going to be filtering. Oh, hell. I'm all twisted up and turned around. What the hell's going on out there? Doesn't matter. All right. So now I've got to untangle all this crap. Hold on. What the fuck is going on out here? CrossFit guys are still at it. I forgot the CrossFit guys are still here. That's cool. All right. We're back. Don't worry. I'm all tangled up though. All right. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to unplug my mic. How's that? You fixed again? We fixed? We fixed? Do we have audio? Yeah, we got it, baby. All right, but you're also, you go over here. So let's get you raised up a little bit. Get you raised up just a little bit. Move you in just a little bit. All right, boys and girls, this is how we bottle whiskey. But first, we need to transfer one of these barrels. We need to transfer this particular barrel right here. Part 2, barrel transfers. We are in stage 1 of barrel transfers. 2, 3. Same drill as yesterday. You take the filter pad, drop it into the liquid, saturate the pad, okay? All right. That feels like it was 45 seconds. We're close enough. This is what's not in your whiskey. This is what we do to keep our whiskey clean. Lisa, I don't know if Lisa's going to make it out tonight, but Lisa will definitely be here tomorrow and Thursday. I didn't even bring the labels out. She likes to come out and work the label machine, but I didn't bring the labels out tonight. So I don't think she sees her presence here as necessary. But my intention tonight is to basically bottle up a couple hundred bottles and maybe record some memes, some TikTok stuff. Maybe. We'll see. I'll probably be here I'm thinking I just realized we got a problem here. That's all right. Gonna run into a logistical problem in a minute. Very good, Chris. Very good, Christopher. Very good. That is what we do. Now, I am curious as to how much noise we're gonna get. All right, we gotta move some stuff still. I gotta turn off the damn filter. Bum, 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 bum. What is he doing? Where is he at? Why is he not on camera? right. How's that sound? I'm listening to the microphone. It's not that bad. The directional mics are fantastic. Directional mics are the best thing ever. But, yeah. All right. I can watch your chat. Woo. Double filtered. Yep. Okay. So we are caught up. All right. This is the moment, the point in our program where things kind of get boring and repetitious. Because what I do is I grab bottles from here, put them there. Fill them up, and then put them in the other place. So let's get at it, shall we? As I am fond of saying, these bottles will not fill themselves up. Now, you got to get the first air bubble out. Once that works its way through the system, the whiskey cleans up. The whiskey coming out of the nozzles clean up. Gets the little air bubbles out of the channels. And as long as no additional air is going into the system, we're good to go. No, Tuna, the bottles don't need to be cleaned. Not sure how much interference is coming through here. That is loud as hell. Sorry, that's loud. No, the bottles don't need to be cleaned because the alcohol going into the bottles will clean it. Now, I will inspect them and make sure that there's nothing in the bottles other than the alcohol. That can be a problem with dust and bugs and things like that. But other than that, bottles are pretty much self-sanitizing because the whiskey cleans everything it touches. So we don't need to pasteurize it. We don't need to pasteurize the bottles. We don't need to sterilize the bottles. We don't need to do anything like that. We will wipe off any debris and whatnot from the outside of the bottle for presentation purposes. But when you receive one of these bottles, it's already sterilized, already cleaned, because everything in it has touched 90 proof alcohol. And it is clean as a whistle and sharp as a thistle. What was happening yesterday when we were having air bubbles coming in was there was a crack on that filter right there. And the hose, there was a crack in this hose right here. There was a crack in this hose, and I had to cut off the end of that hose in order to make dude. It's like all of your messages were deleted, Tuna. Whoa. I had nothing to do with that. I'm over here living my life. As you can see, it's a very manual process. I can see all your comments over here on StreamYard, but I can't see them on the YouTube. So, it's not a bad idea to rinse the bottles, but it's not necessary. It's more important to rinse them in a sterile environment for beer, but it is not necessary. It's not necessary for alcohol, for high proof alcohol. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Hold on a second. There you go. Just turn the camera back here. Yeah. Now, this way. Should do it. Nope. Yeah. Okay. The whole point for going over there a minute ago was to get my. All right, kids. Ask me anything. I should buy one of those wireless lapel microphones. But a more likely expenditure of my limited funds at the distillery will be on one of those pump for my whiskey over there, or a wall, a bathroom, maybe a bar. I got priorities. Things to get. That machine. I would love to take money from the channel invested into microphones. Christopher, the channel doesn't make money yet. But when it does, it will definitely be invested back into the channel. Special Reserve or Royal? This is our strength whiskey, our bourbon, and our Special Reserve. Special stuff that I only have access to, well, that's in a special place. Like a vault. Usually when I'm here late at night doing this, I'm watching a movie or a few episodes of Breaking Bad. I prefer watching the hour-long shows because it helps me to time how long I'm here, and I don't lose myself in the process, because it is extremely easy to be here doing this, and next thing you know, it is 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I don't have any clocks or anything, so time just kind of runs, and you look up, and next thing you know, so I did separate out the first blue and gold label. This one? That blue and gold label? Uh-huh. Old Humble Whiskey and Special Reserve this weekend. Thank you, Christopher Holly. Hey, cheers, Safety Doc. Glad to see you joining us tonight. Little work night at the shop. CrossFit guys are wrapping up. Should try and rope those guys into volunteering over here. All right, where am I at? Right here. Now you can see the bottles are a little bit dusty, but the way we have them packed and sealed, the way we have them stored, rather, none of that gets inside the bottles. And even if it did, these bottles go on a final inspection before they ever get inside their boxes. So I make sure the only thing in these bottles is whiskey, No dust. No dust, no bugs. None of that mess. Oh, I should make a Royal Reserve with the blue and gold. Actually, I have a plan already for a blue and gold bottle. Our Boomtown straight bourbon will be blue and gold. And all of our craft bottles will have a two-part series, one that's silver and one that's gold, with the gold labels being the longer aged, rarer bottles, and the silver labels being the shorter aged craft bottles. So yeah, there's already plans for that. Next year, we're working on a plan, a concept, a notion, and this may actually take precedence in front of the tasting room, to be quite honest. Next year, we're working on a plan for several more labels, several more brands coming from our little distillery, doing a single malt whiskey, doing a single malt, doing a single malt, doing a hickory finished bourbon. Doing a single malt hickory finished bourbon, doing another rye to go along with this rye. A second rye, a second bourbon, and then between all those labels, that should be enough to get us where I want to be as a distillery. It should be enough to be where we want to be as a distillery next year. By the way, it's extremely hard to do this and talk. Like I was saying yesterday, I don't normally talk when I'm in the distillery. Usually I'm just working, and I go hours without saying a thing. Nobody believes me when I tell them I go hours without saying anything, because I usually don't shut up. When I'm around other people, at least around other people that I like, I usually don't shut up for very long. But most of the time when I'm here working, I don't have anybody to talk to, so I don't talk, because I ain't got nothing to say. And arguably, I've proven that tonight. Yammering along. Check chat real quick. Yes, Tuna. What? Okay, so check this out. Check this out. Bring this up a little closer. There is, see this right here. There's variability. See that? Yeah. There's variability with the bottle filler. back behind here, it's just a pump that goes up through there. It's just a water pump. It comes up through there, goes in through the bottom, the pump brings it up. Then it goes down and then back up again out to the spouts. And the intent is to get, with all that flipping and flopping around, is to get the air bubbles out. But it does a very bad job of getting the air bubbles out. You always too low. I'm going to raise you up a little bit higher. Hold on. It does a very bad job of getting all the air bubbles out. And what happens is there's always some kind of bubble in there. Lower you down a little bit more. Yeah, that should do it. There's always some kind of air bubble in there that's still causing a problem. So one of those always gets filled a little bit too much. So it goes back in. That is the desired height. Right there, right at the bottom of the neck. And there's always some variability in the process like this where it's done by hand. There's always going to be some variability, but as long as we're within a couple of milliliters, we're fine. It's, again, a matter of tolerances, because we're talking about acceptable variants that the government gets pissed off about if you're outside of the acceptable variants. So with a 750 milliliter bottle, the acceptable variance is something like 2%, which would be, no, it's like 1%, I think, which would be like 7.5 milliliters or something like that. And I like to keep it a little bit tighter. I know where it needs to be. Again, I've done thousands of these bottles. Just like yesterday when I was saying I could hear the sound of the pump, and I know when they're working right and when they're not. What else we got? Hickory smoked whiskey. So the idea would be to take a high rye whiskey, a high rye bourbon, and finish it with smoked hickory wood to kind of blend the flavor of the Texas Frontier with a Texas whiskey. And should make a whiskey like nothing nobody's ever had before. But I've got a lot of experimentation I need to do before I develop that and come up with a satisfactory recipe. The high rye bourbons by themselves take a lot of handling to make them taste right because they've got so much rye in them. And you got to age the crap out of them to balance that rye. And then I'm throwing in another variable on top. I'm throwing in another variable on top of the hickory. Which would make it very different indeed. How we doing, chat? What we got? um, Old Humble brand hot sauces. That is, I've actually worked with a cook team or talked with a cook team about taking my barrels and using my barrels to age their barbecue sauce or hot sauces or something like that. That's not out of the question. That would actually be kind of an interesting extension of the brand. But we'll see. There is a local barbecue place that uses our whiskey and a whiskey reduction on their bread pudding, which is extremely delicious. Okay, so Tuna, what happened yesterday when it was bubbling? This hose right here. Take a look here. That hose that leads to that hose right there, this fixture, which leads to this machine, had a crack in the hose right there. That is what the problem was. So that crack was allowing air in. And speaking of air in, yeah. There we go. We're coming to the bottom of the barrel over here. So for now, move this over here. That should do it for now. Gonna start sucking air again in a second. All right. So what I did is I just took the end of that hose and snipped it off. And then, voila, the problem was solved. And the problem wasn't so much with the air getting into the hose, with the air coming into the water line or the whiskey line, because the air, I mean, it didn't hurt it. It didn't affect the flavor or anything like that. And the bubbles would sort themselves out. The problem was that it just wasn't filling it all the way. And it was making the motor work 2 or 3 times harder than it should have. Significant variability on this one. It was just making the hose work harder than it should have. Because it's working, or not the hose, the motor, because it's working around the air bubble. And it's a liquid pump, not an air pump. So, you know, therein is the problem. So yeah, actually, one of the conversations that Lisa and I are going to have in the coming weeks on the show is the difference between social constructs and biological constructs, and how we think a lot of the biological, or rather, we think a lot of social constructs. Oops. Okay. Gotcha. This is still a 1, but I need to get a 2 filtered. So I need to filter from here to here, or here to here. I need to filter a 2 so I can get to the 3rd level and get that ready to be filled up as soon as I'm done emptying it out. So we need level 2 filters. Bring in level 2. Okay. Microphone's way over there now. Move it closer. I think it's good to pick me up, but we'll see. Put it over here. So anyway, we'll let this get juicy. And it's a conversation that comes up. I hear it all the time. I have boys, you know, the dumb conversations come up about what it means to be a man. And stupid Josh Hawley decided to open his stupid mouth and be stupid about it. And every once in a while, you know, the conversation comes up about boys, and they're just biologically wired for professions that put them, because, you know, they're interested in things and girls are interested in people. That's why doctors are boys and girls are nurses. And I'm like, that is the stupidest. Girls aren't wired to be nurses. That's dumb. That's like saying girls are wired to be receptionists. They're not wired to be receptionists. And it is so frustrating to hear presumably intelligent people repeat these dumb lies and act like it's a biological fact. They just shrug their shoulders and go, that's just how it is. That's how girls are and how guys are. That's not how it is. Guys don't like video games more than girls like video games. Nintendo started selling video games to boys because they had to pick an aisle. You know, they used to sell video games in Radio Shack to whoever walked into Radio Shack. But when Nintendo took over gaming back in the 80s, they started selling the video games. True story, by the way. They started selling video games in Toys R Us. And Toys R Us didn't have a video game section. They had boy sections and girl sections. And they had to pick a place to sell the video games. And they just said, put them in the boy section. So, all of a sudden, video games stopped being kids' games and became things for boys. They're not things for boys. And it's like the greatest fallacy that's been perpetrated, that gender norms that we rely on to organize our society and lives are somehow biological in nature. Like, they're just wired that way. Girls are just wired to like dolls. They're not wired to like dolls. We give them dolls when they're babies. Same with boys. We give them dolls when they're, if we gave boys dolls when they were babies, they would like dolls too. All right, let's turn the camera back to where yeah, we good. All right, let's make some more of this juicy, yummy stuff, huh? Anyway, Josh Hawley goes and opens his dumb mouth that we have a plague of people saying that masculinity is toxic and all this other dumb crap. When the truth is not that masculinity is toxic. Toxic masculinity is toxic. And here's the extension to that is while we're busy telling girls what it is to be a girl, you know, it means having play kitchens and toy vacuums and crap like that, play with your dolls and stuff. And cutting them off from science and technology and video games and stuff like that. We're also cutting boys off from quality male relationships, expressing their feelings, admitting when they're hurt, admitting when they need help. You know, stuff that makes people humans and good at doing things. The fallacy, I don't know how this happened, but it's like our grandfathers, well, my grandfathers, you know, they all served in World War II. It's like their kids, some of them served in Vietnam, most of them didn't. But that was like the next generation, the first generation. That didn't experience a significant percentage of the population being involved in the military. And it's like they got all the wrong lessons from their parents. You know, all the lessons that their parents learned in the military, relying on your friends and trusting one another and getting help when you needed it, accepting help when it was offered, teamwork, being better as a unit. All that cool stuff gave way to this dumb boomer myth of rugged individualism and an army of one, which was a dumb marketing campaign. And this idiotic myth of alpha males and beta males, it just doesn't exist. They're all social constructs that were invented by people trying to sell books. And in real life, that stuff just simply does not exist. And all those bad lessons that the boomer kids learned from their World War II anti-fascist parents that literally fought fascists. All those wrong lessons have creeped their way into society over the last 40 or so years. And now we've got 2 generations of men behind them that have brains that have been replaced with meatloaf and squash salad. And it's unfortunate because you end up with people like Josh Hawley coming out. And exposing themselves to be numbskulls. Like we didn't already know, but you know, there's a whole industry of self-help groups of manly men weekends. Men teaching men to be men. What's it mean to be a man? What's it mean to be a man? Man, if you got to ask that question, you need help. Just fucking do what you need to do. I mean, there's no like set playbook. You know, I mean, men are going to do the same, largely, the same thing that women do. They wake up in the morning, figure out what they need to do to feed their family, and then they go feed their family. And it's the same thing that women do. It's called being a human damn being. This whole cultural notion of what it takes to be a man, what it is to be a man. It's dumb and it's annoying. And granted, I've got boys. It's something I think about all the time. Will they grow up to be good men? Will they live lives worth the value that they find? Well, actually, I'm steering off. What I'm trying to say is, will they live lives worth the value, worthy of the value that we put in, the effort that we put into raising them? And the fact of the matter is, it doesn't fucking matter. Once I raise them up and let them go, they're going to have their own garden to tend. It'll give me great joy to see them growing, turning themselves into men, and grown men, adult men, raising their own family. And the only thing that I can do to make sure they tend their garden well is to tend my garden well. Make sure that it raises good fruit. Because I know I'll have done my job right. And that's not even a fair statement. But I can hope that I've done my job right based on the fruit that it produces, that I've tended my garden well based on the fruit it produces. And I hope these boys plant a good garden and raise their own. Right back. Need more cork. And, you know, it's all baked into the same language that we use, too. You know, I assume that their life is my responsibility. The life they choose to live, and to a large extent, I mean, it's how I raise them to be. So they decide what they do and where they go. But it is also 100% on them to bring that into fruition. And there comes a point in every person's life when they look around and realize they're all they got. You got other people there behind you, beside you. But when it comes to running a marathon, nobody else can take the steps for you. Nobody else can run the miles. Nobody else can walk the path. Nobody else can do it. You've got to do it. You've got to do it yourself. And you can have other people behind you, supporting you, cheering you on. But ultimately, what it boils down to is and this is contrary to the poem that everybody is fond of reading on the church wall. But the reality is you're going to see one set of footprints because you strike out on the path less traveled, and you have got to, at some point, walk the miles. Nobody else is walking for you. Nobody else is coming to save you. Nobody's coming to rescue you. And it's a dreadful lesson to learn, but it's a lesson that needs to be learned. And it's all packed into the language. Like I was saying, my boys are going to leave the nest at some point. I can only hope that I raise them to be decent human beings and that they'll figure out what it means to be a man within the society. Oh, fuck me. I forgot to put bottles on the damn machine. They'll figure out what it means to be a man in whatever society they find themselves living in, because that is an entirely socially constructed phrase and idea. Every society has a different definition of what it means to be a man. And these are not biological structures, they're not biological constructions. Nobody's wired to go kill things and drag them back to the cave and put them on fire. Nobody's wired to do that. That is a thing that humans do. Human beings do that. Men do it. Women do it. Boys do it. Girls do it. There's nothing inherently biological about that. There's nothing inherently biological about men who play video games and men who don't play video games, or being an alpha or being a beta or whatever dumb, fad, psychological thing is up for grabs this week. Men can be scientists. Women can be scientists. Hell, the first distillers were women. And until a few years ago, it was almost entirely men working in the distilling arts today. Men aren't wired to drink whiskey. Women aren't wired to drink Chardonnay. That's nonsense. And I wish more people would look at the nonsense and just call it what it is. Just say it. Like that. That's nonsense. Men aren't intended to be dominant or domineering. Women aren't intended to be dominant or domineering. If it works for you, though, bravo, more power to you. But don't assume just because it works for you, it's normal and natural and functions across society and across societies. But that is a discussion that we're very likely going to have on our show. Can y'all hear anything I'm saying? Is the microphone too far away from me? Yeah, y'all can hear me. I can hear it now. Okay, good. Talking into the void over here, I suppose. Just talking to myself. Hey, Steve Mallory. Actually, at the end of today, we will have a fourth type. Tomorrow will be the big label reveal. And then Thursday will be the official introduction on our happy hour podcast at 9 p.m. where the cat will be thoroughly out of the bag by that time. The cat will be thoroughly out of the bag by 9 p.m. We will have shown the labels on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. Probably done a couple of memes. But yeah, tomorrow will be the official labeling day. I don't even have the labels here in the distillery right now. We will do the label unveil tomorrow. I keep forgetting to load the machine. Hey, thanks, CJ. The pandemic took a lot of the wind out of a lot of folks' sails. And for our part, it pretty much set us back to March of 2020. The stores opened back up in September. We were probably set back about 6 months before that, probably about November of 2019. So we were a good solid 12 to 18 months. By now, I feel like we are just about where we would have been operationally. I feel like we're just about where we would have been operationally in March of 2020. So March of last year. Like we're really close to where we would have been then. when everything's shut down. This quarter is going to be a good quarter. By May of next year, I think we'll be where I hope to have been in May of this year. Because it's slow putting all the pieces back together. Maybe December. It depends. When we open up the tasting room, I wanted to have the tasting room open in May of 2021. Oop, time out. We got glugging. Glug, glug, glug. Paddleboard here. Put that down. All right. So yeah, not having the tasting room has slowed us down significantly. Where we at? It slowed us down significantly, but there's not really a whole lot I could do about that. The freeze also put a big kink in our production schedule because the price of contractors tripled after all the houses froze and the damage to the houses. So yeah, I mean, this launch of this new whiskey is going to make a... Bye, Moose Cow. This launch of this whiskey is going to make a big difference. It's going to help us get that tasting room built. Set us up really well to move forward next year. But if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. And anybody could do it if it was easy. So, it's not supposed to be. Don't want it to be. I wouldn't trade it for anything right now. And I've had the option of going back, not to my former employer, but into my former industry. And I told them that my intention is to give this the 5-year time range that I wanted to give it in 2019. But those 5 years start now in 2020. This is 2021. Jesus. The 5 years start in 2021, not 2019. So the intention is to make this place stand up and work. Start taking a salary in a few months. Get my tasting room up and running. And then start bringing in some employees. That is the goal. Let's see here. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 40. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 52. 3, 4, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's room for 40. I'm going to need to keep moving down. So once we fill up this table, this table should take the rest of this whiskey out of here. No, we're almost empty on the whiskey. All right. So once I finish with this whiskey, I need to run the next filter. That barrel should be done filtering. Then I can start the third filtration, and then get cranking on the next row of bottles over there. But yeah, I promised y'all a behind-the-scenes look at what we do at the Old Humble Distilling Company. This is about as behind the scenes as you can get. But I guess truthfully, this is the scene. There's not really a behind the scenes. There's the scenes. And then there's the happy hour. That's pretty much it. Now, there is one more step with these bottles, and that is putting the shrink seal on them, the tamper-resistant seals. Oh yeah, while you're here, don't forget, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I can like my own video. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Come back on Thursday and watch our show. Come back tomorrow and watch our show. Look and see who else is live right now. 21090 should be going live in just a few minutes. Go watch 21090 and then come over and say hi. Go watch them, and then when they're done, come back. See where I stand in the process. I mean, I may have slipped off to have dinner when you come back. You never know what could be happening. Ooh, exciting. Slipped off to have dinner. Ooh. Did he go find a saucy little minx to have dinner with? That would probably be a no. Turn you back to me. Thank you. Let me chat back over here. I am stunned. I'm frankly astonished that 4 of y'all find this interesting enough to watch. But like I said, I promised a behind-the-scenes look. This isn't the whole process. This is just the tail end of the process. The part where we make the whiskey. I didn't do that. That's all right, we're done. We're at the bottom of the barrel. That's what happens when you reach the bottom of the barrel. You get air pockets. Just a little bit down in there. So, those are my last 4 bottles. See if I can squeeze some more whiskey out of this barrel. There it is. See if I can squeeze a little bit more whiskey out of here. Looks like a black and tan. But it is not. It is a whiskey, and it is delightful. All right, I'm going to set these here and let them clarify on their own. Take a look at this barrel, shall we? See how we're doing over here. About that much left. So, now we move on to the next thing with these bottles. Pause. Be right back. All right, I have returned. What have I returned with? Or wouldn't you like to know? Well, yes, YouTuber, that is exactly what I would like to know. That's why I asked, what have you returned with? Well, first things first, I deal with this. All right, that's the last of it. Now, level 3, time to commence. All right. Level 3 filter pads go into the whiskey. I don't think you can hear me way over there. All right. The number 3 whiskey pads go into the whiskey. Bring you over here. You can see me a little bit better. Turn you that way. Move you there. Twist it there. Safety ducks back. Cheers. What manufacturing devices did I design myself? None of these did I design myself. Almost all this stuff is off the shelf. No, I take that back. The thing that I designed myself, the one thing I designed myself is over here. The actual uh, cork sealer. The what do we call the Glengarry Glen Ross machine, because it's for closures. See what I did there? Um, that is the one. That's the one machine so far that I've built myself. I built the gantry crane from scratch. I built it myself, designed it and built it. Um, that's pretty much it. This wall. Everything else has been either stuff that's been repurposed from something else or specifically designed for uh, whiskey making. Um, this little machine here is a wine filter by design. It is repurposed for making whiskey, filtering whiskey. This is the nastiness that gets filtered out in the second run. Some of that is just the color of whiskey. but this is the difference between the two, level 1, level 2. But yeah, this is a repurposed uh, wine filter. My bottle filler is also from a wine company, but it's for whiskey or wine. It doesn't make a difference. Um, I don't think it can't be used for beer because beer has to be back filled, back pressure filled for bottling because of its carbonation. Yeah. All right. Let's lift this up. Oh goodness. That goes in there. Back to be filtered. Up. In. Uh, hello, JVH. Cheers. And uh, again, we're on our quest for 500 subscribers. So if y'all wouldn't mind sharing out the stream, letting people know, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to be here for probably another 4 hours. Once I get done with this work stuff, this fucking work. Once I get done with this work, I'm going to go have a little bit of fun. Oh, get in there. And you know, Safety Doc, you might actually enjoy jumping in on the conversation when me and Lisa have, should be after Thanksgiving, when me and Lisa start talking about the difference between social constructs, biological constructs within a society. Because you're a fairly thoughtful guy and kind of intelligent about stuff. It would be fun to have you join in on that conversation when we finally dig into it. Check this out. These bottles, which look like, let's see if we have the whole thing over here. Move this back. Shade. There. Did I get everything? We'll move it a little further this way. Did I get everything? That gets everything. So these bottles that look like black and tan before, have clarified nicely. As they should, because it was just bubbles. But this machine here, Safety Doc, is the machine that I designed. The machine that I designed, the Glengarry Glen Ross machine. It's a basic lever. I mean, these corks aren't extremely hard to put in by hand. I mean, they slide in and out of the bottles. They're supposed to. I mean, they're not supposed to just pop out with ease, but you know, you can take them, jam them in. That's sealed just fine. But when you do that about 1,000 times, your shoulder, your elbow, and your wrist start to hurt. So, yeah, back to the social constructs talk. I mean, I was just rambling for like an hour about it. You wrote a chapter in your book about essential or non-essential, but with automation and singularity, we'll be talking about the addition of unessential. How do we maintain agency and purpose? Yeah, that is a fantastic discussion, I think. Because and that's actually really important going forward in the workspace too, because there are like full-on jobs and job categories that are just going to disappear within our lifetimes. I mean, hell, cashiers are being phased out of major retail locations. People don't have cash. Walmart doesn't want to use cashiers. They'd rather use one person to monitor 6 people checking out at the self-checkout lane than 6 cashiers checking people out. And I'm fine with that, to be quite honest. With more people in the store, stocking product, doing all the stuff they need to do. There's a whole lot about the retail experience I don't like. And one of the things I don't like about the retail experience is how hard it is to buy one thing. You know, you just need some milk, or you just need some bread, or a boat winch. You just need one damn thing. But they don't want you to buy one thing, which is why they only have 2 cashiers in the entire goddamn store. If you're going to go to the store, they want you to make it count. They want you to get a basket full of stuff. They want you to spend $300 to $500 or however much their minimum customer amount is supposed to be. And I hate that about the retail experience. Because most of the time I go to the store, I don't know if y'all can hear me this far away. Most of the time I go to the store, I only want to buy one thing. I only want to get a thing of toothpaste. Or I only need the milk, or I only need the bread. That's most of the reasons I go to the store, physically go to the store, because, I mean, hell, when we get our groceries, we do the remote online grocery store shit. So we don't even go in the store anymore. Unless we forget something, we need to go get lasagna, or we need to get pizza, or whatever. We need to go grab one thing. And I absolutely hate that about the retail experience, where they don't want me as a customer because I don't spend enough money as a customer. They want somebody who'll go in there, get a basket full of items, make it count, because it costs them a minimum of X to get somebody in the door. And just the other day, I had to go into the store and buy a boat winch for Ichabod G. Crane. But could I just go in the store, pop in and pop out? Nah. It was a 30-minute ordeal because I had to wait behind 8 people because there's only 2 cashiers. I mean, automation is a real thing. And ideally, of course, when automation happens, there's 2 options. Either the economy expands and new jobs are created that don't require automation or don't allow for automation. They actually require human interaction like this. Although I can't wait to automate this. I would love to have an automated filling stand and a filling system. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But the other thing that can happen is the workforce becomes more efficient, and then you don't have to spend as much time at work. So instead of 40-hour work weeks, you get 35-hour work weeks, or 34-hour work weeks, or 30-hour work weeks. I mean, if your workforce is 25% more efficient, knock off 25% of the work week. That's one of the things Andrew Chang was talking about with the universal basic income is you've got jobs that are becoming more efficient, which means you're going to have more people. You either have an economy that expands, so you have different jobs for these people that have gotten pushed out of the jobs that have been automated, or, oh, fuck me. Well, that happens sometimes. And actually, that is the first time that has ever happened. Ever. In 9 years, that is the first time that has ever happened. I've dropped bottles on the ground, but I have never, ever, 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 ever hit a bottle and broken it wide open. This has never happened before. YouTube, you're unlucky. But what do we do when we spill whiskey? We put it back in and filter it. But I can't just drop it in there. Oh, no, 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 no. That would be unhealthy and dangerous. What I need to do is I need this, my handy dandy filter funnel. So this funnel has a filter in it. So what you do when you have a very dangerous bottle is you filter it back into your bucket. Making sure, of course, not to get any glass. There were a few shards of glass in there. Not anymore. All right. You go away forever. You go over here. You're the hero of this show. And because I am extremely superstitious when it comes to my whiskey, all 4 of those bottles go back. Well, 3 of them go back because I need to round it off to 4. You lost 1. So I need to produce a fresh batch real quick, a bottle. That means we're going to be short 1 on this level. I've already used these bottles. See if I have a clean bottle on my desk. Be right back, YouTube. Don't go anywhere. I do not. It's all right. That is okay. That is okay. That is okay. I mean, it's not okay. I'm freaking out because now we have an odd number of bottles. But it's okay. We'll be okay. Get back over here to our bottling station. All right, so anyway, the universal basic income, the whole idea of the universal basic income was that as an economy gets more efficient, you have fewer people working, but then these companies are making all this more, more and more additional money. And as the workers get displaced, that money's got to go. That money's got to end up going somewhere. So as workers get displaced, is it that bad, Doc? Is it that bad? It's actually not too terribly hot. It's just I'm working, man. This is a very manual process. How sweaty am I? Oh, I am kind of sweaty. Anyway, but that was the whole idea of the universal basic income, is as automation displaces workers, the companies the benefits to the companies that displace the workers can then go and benefit all of society. And the empirical evidence shows that universal basic income doesn't incentivize people to not work. It actually incentivizes people to work entirely differently than before, which is fascinating all by itself. Because, I mean, think about it. What would you do if you had a guaranteed $1,500 every month? I mean, for us, I know me and my family, it changes where, I mean, when we were younger, it would have changed where we lived. It would have changed the type of work that I looked for coming out of college. It would have changed the type of car I drove. Actually, I don't know if it would have changed the type of car I drove. I'm not one for fancy cars in general. But it would have affected our decisions with regards to daycare for the kids. It would have affected our decisions with regards to, it would have affected our decisions with regards to vacations and things like that. It certainly would have affected our decisions on leisure, but you know, I wouldn't have had to take the first job that came along. You know, with a basic $1,000 or $1,500 a month, an extra $1,500 a month. It certainly would have. I wouldn't have put up with nearly as much shit from my first 3 employers. Not nearly. I mean, that's just a fact of life. You know, if the difference between starvation and losing your apartment, losing your house, and being able to sleep in a place a dry, clean place. If the cost you have to pay is just putting up with some asshole boss who hates your guts and is actively trying to get you fired, because you didn't grow up on a farm like him and his hillbilly brothers and sisters. If you have to put up with that shit or you starve to death, well, you put up with that shit. If you have an extra $1,000 in your bank every month and you don't have to put up with that shit, you don't put up with that shit. Makes for better managers. Makes for better managers, makes for better employees. People aren't afraid to take risks. I mean, hell, if healthcare was a thing sooner, I'd have started this sooner. I'd have quit my job and started a business a whole lot sooner if it wasn't for, the fear of going bankrupt over an illness. I mean, so many. Okay, so these are our tamper seals. These seals go on the bottles. You see these seals in the bottles. They go on the bottle to make sure that these corks don't pop off, and that what you're getting in the bottle at the store is what was put in the bottle at the distillery. So as long as these seals are intact, you know that your whiskey's clean and fresh and pure, and it's what was put in the bottle. So this is the next step. And yes, it's also a very manual process. Done by hand. And it would be very nice if this was automated. It would make me more efficient. I could do other things. And it wouldn't be a completely automated process. It's not like I could do it in my sleep. But it is as it is. It is what it is. And these 12 bottles right here were the first 12 off of that machine from last night. Yes, I am keeping close track. Yes, they will be set aside. No, you can't have them. Sorry. Womp womp. They will be signed. They will be numbered. They will be put up into a museum place, and a very one or two of them might go out the door. Family, that sort of thing. But these bottles, to be quite honest, aren't drastically different than the rest of the bottles. They're just the first ones. But hey, for the right price, I'll sell them to anybody who asks. You know, some things aren't for sale unless you offer enough commas. Then they become for sale. Everybody's got a price. And I've done that with that bottle of bourbon right there that is on the table next to the bottling machine. That is one of the last bottles of bourbon from our first run of bourbon. And somebody asked if they could buy it. And I told them it would cost them $65,000. They said, "You don't really want to sell that bottle, do you?" I said, "No, I do not. Unless you have $65,000. Then I will consider selling it." And he said, "That's ridiculous. Nobody's going to pay $65,000 for a bottle of whiskey." I said, "Really? Good. Because now it's $90,000. And the more he talked, the higher the price went, because I didn't want to sell it. And I just wanted him to quit asking about it. He ended up buying a bottle of Special Reserve that day. I remember him distinctly. My shop vac is in the way. There we go. There we go. My robot noise when I'm moving the camera. That's the noise it makes. Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop. Although I'm pretty sure y'all didn't hear it because the microphone was way over here and pointed the wrong direction. Dun, dun, dun. All right. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 times 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Roughly 200 bottles that came out of that barrel. And I've got 4 barrels. So that'll be 800 bottles. Then I should have 4 barrels right behind those. Be 16. And then a 5th barrel should put me right at 1,800 bottles, about 150 cases. Yeah. I'm going to need to get a crew in here to start cranking these out over the next few days. We can do roughly, when I have a full crew of 3 or 4 people, we can do roughly 50 cases a day. Me by myself, after I get the proofing and stuff done, the proofing by itself, what I did yesterday, you could see it takes about 5 hours. Because that's about how long I took yesterday to proof the 4 barrels and get it done. I can do that alongside folks who are actually bottling the stuff up if we have a crew in here working with us. So I'll put out a call for volunteers this weekend. Then we'll do open house hours on Saturday. Okay, there we go. we'll do open house hours on Saturday and start selling some of this stuff. Then I'll put out a call for volunteers. And it's, you know, when the volunteers come in, it's a fairly simple job. One person fills the bottles, one person corks the bottles, one person puts these seals on the bottles. Who we got here? Who's joining us? Bourbon Bites. Cheers, guys. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll probably be going for another, like I said, probably another 4 hours. Shout out to Bourbon Bites. Go check out their channel. Some good guys over there and gals. Good folks over there. Go check them out. Subscribe to their channel. While y'all are here, swinging by to visit or whatever, be sure to tell your friends, subscribe to our channel, like the video, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We're on our quest for 500 subscribers. And once we hit the 500 subby mark, of course, we get that community tab opened up to us. And we can use that community tab to promote our show, promote your show, do a whole cross-promotion thing. It'll be cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Come on. There we go. This is the most tedious process of them all. Putting these dumb sleeves on these bottles. I know there's an easier way to do it, but I do not have it in the budget to get the equipment to make it easier. All in all, this order of whatever, 150 cases or so that we're putting together, all in all, this order is going to run me about 2 weeks to fully assemble it. Get the whiskey in bottles, corked, sealed, labeled. Corked, sealed, labeled, boxed. All in all, it'll take about 2 weeks to do this. And then, once we get, then our next order of business will be to do some special reserve and straight whiskey. And usually what I'll do is I'll do a week at a time, where I'll do 1 barrel a week. So I'll do 20 cases a week. I don't usually do a per order work. I mean, it depends on the orders. I mean, sometimes I'll get ahead of the orders and I'll do like 70 or 75 bottles or cases at a time. And I'll get ahead of the orders. Okay, so it's the last 4 rows. I got to go to that side. And sometimes I'll wait when I have other stuff to do, other work that needs to get done. I'll wait and then bunch up a couple of orders so that I'm doing a big order all the time. But it's just easier to manage the work. It's a whole lot easier to manage the work when it's like 25 cases a week. Or 1 barrel. Oh, there we go. Pump's pulling air. All right. Come to me. That one's on level 2. This barrel needs to be filtered one more time to level 2, and then from 2 to 3, that barrel needs to be filtered 1, 2, and 3. I wish I had a cigar. Man. Oh well. Forgot to check into my stash of Divine Leaf cigars. Okay, we have a couple of minutes left here. This looks like a job to me, so everybody just follow me. Because we need a little controversy, because it feels so empty without me. As soon as I get set up, watch. Hey, Jorge, how's it going, my brother? Yeah, I mean, I feel you. I agree. It's very satisfying. It actually, when it's work I want to do, it actually brings my blood pressure down, brings my heart rate down, brings my stress levels down significantly. I don't think that's what was happening when I was working at the bank. I think all the opposite stuff was happening. My blood pressure was going up, my heart rate was going up. Everything was going in the wrong direction. If you are, by the way, in the neighborhood, if anybody's out here in the neighborhood, by the way, if you're out here in the Humble area, feel free to come on out and visit me. I'll be here late. I will be here late tonight. There's work to be done, and I can put you to it. But we will put out a call for volunteers, probably Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, to help bring this load home. I would like to, if at all possible, finish the order by Monday or Tuesday, completely have it finished so I can take a couple of days to rest. I know I've got an interview on a podcast with a local crew called Smoking and Toasting. No. Yeah, Smoking and Toasting. Those are the guys. Where they do cigars. And that's where my cigars went. God dang it. All right. Anyway. It's next week on Tuesday. They do the broadcast on Facebook. It gets reposted up on YouTube. You can go find them, Smoking and Toasting on YouTube. And it's Smoking, SMOKIN apostrophe. Toasting. They do cigars and beer and whiskey. Cigars and spirits of all kinds. Whether it's beer or wine or tequila or whiskey. Truth be told, I don't know how long my microphone's going to hold out. So I found out some interesting facts about rye whiskey today. It was one of the early victims of a changing climate and one of the early benefactors of a changing climate. Check this out. Now look at the container, the trap underneath the filter. So this is the finest of the three filters. This is the number one filter, the finest of the three filters. It's so fine, I tell you. Anyway, this is the finest of the three filters. This is the number one filter. And you can see that a whole lot of whiskey is coming out. It's delicious. A whole lot of the whiskey is coming out where with the other two, a whole lot more went through. That's one of the functions. If the filters begin to get full and crowded, the pressure starts to build up and the whiskey starts to fall down out of the bottom, and it's tight. I can't tighten it anymore, but that's normal. That's fine. That's one of the reasons we have the catch basin. Otherwise, everything would be on the ground. All that whiskey is going to go back in that barrel there, and it'll be filtered through a number two, the number two, the number three. It's a number three filter, not the number one filter. But it'll go through two more times, and all the stuff in there will get filtered out anyway. And that's clean whiskey. It's clean and it's good to drink. And I'll demonstrate myself. Whoop. Come on, give me some. Cheers, YouTube. Oh my goodness, that is so good. Oh, it's so good. I cannot wait to share that with some folks. Sakes alive. And there we go. Sakes alive. Turn you there. All right. We're good. We are good. We get as much out of there as we're going to get. You come here. We need a two. Yeah, because that's just been filtered to three. That's been filtered to one time. It needs to be filtered to two. I need to eat dinner. I'm getting hungry all of a sudden. That, I think, was my first sip of whiskey today. I've not done quality control until now. Sometimes that's just how it goes. And I can't see chat, so feel free to ask me any questions at all. I don't have any problem answering them. The number one filter or the number three filter compared to the number two. Compared to the number one. There you go. See the difference. This is what we don't want in the whiskey. This is what we want the whiskey to look like. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. And I saved these pads just as an example to show people the progression that we go through. This is the three, or this is the one, the first level. This is the second level, and this is the third level. You can see there's just, I don't know if it picks up on the camera, but there's a little bit more particulate here than there is here, but just a little bit. And that's the stuff we want to keep out of the whiskey. Got a set of fleas over here. One. That's right. They all got the first level done. 53, 53, and 53. Okay. Now let's get these pads set up. You set up. Temperature of the distillery right now is probably mid-60s. I don't have a fan running. I don't need one running. It's relatively comfortable. Ugh. Damn, that's heavy. There has been more than one occasion where I've spilt that bucket on me. That is not a pleasant experience. We're walking around smelling like whiskey or vodka all day long. There's worse things to smell like, I suppose. All right. That is the next phase. And this is the phase of the operation that I hate the absolute most. But it is also the most necessary. So as a consequence, I like it the most, as well as hate it the most. Safety third. I usually get around to doing the right thing after all the other things have been exhausted. Pick you up a little bit. Let's stare at my crotch. All right. Now, these shrink seals. Those shrink seals need to be hit with the heat gun. And made to look tight and feel smooth to the touch. I hate this part. I absolutely hate it. But it is a part that is rife with presentation value, and therefore it is possibly the most important part of the whole process. Possibly. Possibly not. I'm not sure. Come on, damn it. Get through there. Get you up here. Let's do the thing, shall we? And I can see chat, so feel free to ask me literally anything. I'll wander off and talk about some topic in a minute, whatever pops into my head. We already talked about the male and female social constructions. The dumb notion of what it means to be a man. You know, I had a related conversation with one of the parents at my kid's school. They were lamenting the fact that kids these days, which is always a great way for old people to start a topic of discussion, the kids these days don't know how to communicate and interact with people face to face. And I thought about it for a minute. Like my son, like, you know, I don't want to be too general on a specific idea. Yeah, I don't want to take a one person and generalize it out to the entire population. But like they interact all the time. And they interact in ways that are vastly different from the way I interacted with my friends when I was a kid. You know, back when I was their age, we didn't have the video games. We didn't have Fortnite and online chat rooms and stuff like that. We just didn't. None of that stuff existed. Like literally, it didn't exist. I know. That's coming as a revelation to you. You can see me, right? Move the computer a little bit closer so that all of the things... My phone ringing? So that all of the things can be moved around. This motor buzzing in the background is pretty much standard background music when I'm here at the shop, working the whiskey at least. When I'm here working the whiskey, it's pretty much standard background music. I will play the radio fairly frequently, but anyway, kids these days, the whole question was whether or not they socially interact in appropriate ways, and that was kind of the crux of this discussion that I was having with this mom from my son's school. And the question, the counter question that I had was, do you think our parents said the same thing about us because we had phones that weren't party lines at the town center? Yeah, I know my parents had a party line phone in Natchitoches, Louisiana. At least for a little while, there was a party line phone. You know, my parents had black and white TVs forever. Their parents didn't even have phones. I wonder if my grandparents said about my parents that kids these days don't have pen pals anymore, or don't write to their friends the way we used to write to our friends. And again, with the whole notion of social constructs and we do this to our kids, and we do this to especially immigrants. We just assume that immigrants are going to come to America and be Americans. We assume that our kids are going to grow up and they're going to interact with their friends the same way that we interacted with our friends. And it seems to me, and I may be wrong about this, but it seems to me that that's kind of an unfair expectation to put on kids, that they should go out and interact and play and behave the way we did in the 80s when we were kids, or the way our parents did in the 60s and 50s when they were kids, or the way their parents did in the teens and 30s when they were, of course, their parents, a good percentage of them went off to war when they were 17 and 18 and 19 years old. So maybe it's not a fair comparison. And I'm sure it was entirely different playing in the yard with your friends when World War I was going on, the way it was for would have been my grandparents? Yeah, I guess it would have been my grandparents. Or maybe it was my great-grandparents. I can't remember. My parents, well, inside story about me here, my parents were the youngest kids in their family, both of them. So all of their siblings, all of their siblings had already had kids, and in some cases, they had kids that were the same age as my parents, very nearly the same age as my parents. So it's not that my parents had us late in life. It's just that all of my aunts and uncles, or rather all of my cousins, my first generation cousins, are 20 years older than me, for the most part. And their kids are more closer to my age than they are themselves. I'm the third child in my family. Older brother, older sister, younger brother. So again, it's not that my parents waited. They didn't have kids late in life. They they were the normal age for people having kids, I suppose, at the time. But it's just that it's almost like the generations skipped because they're boomers. They're children of the 40s and 50s, late 40s, early 50s. They're late boomers because they were the youngest kids in their family, which makes me an elder Gen Xer, almost a young Gen Y, because I was born to boomers, but I was born to boomers in 1975. So it feels like I was late to the Gen X party, and I'm right on the edge between Gen X and Gen Y. So I kind of see, and my little brother is distinctly in Gen Y because he is 8 years younger than me. So he's definitely a child of the 80s. Grew up in the 90s. Born in the 80s, grew up in the 90s. I was born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s. But it's very much that they had. I guess it could be said that they had my little brother late in life because my dad was 40 when my little brother was born, or he turned 40 the year my little brother was born. So that would have, that makes that they were basically old enough to be grandparents when their last child was born. But me and my lovely wife, I think, by my parents' standards at least, had children later in life because we were in our late 20s when we had our kids. Late 20s and early 30s when we had both of our kids. So it would have been, we're having our kids when friends of ours are literally having grandkids. So it's almost as if our family straddled or skipped a generation. Went from boomers to Gen X. And we don't have any Gen Y kids except for my little brother. Then all the grandkids are millennials and later. So I've seen just in our family the different styles of communication, different manners of interacting with people, different versions of play, different styles of writing and talking and entertainment as it's come and gone. You know, growing up with a little brother who's almost 10 years older than you and getting to play and interact with the same toys to a large extent that he has. As he gets older, you know, he's in high school when I'm in college, or he's starting high school as I'm finishing college. So there's still a lot of interaction. You know, Super Nintendos at the time. The new game systems at the time that were coming out, I got the privilege of being able to use them. You know, it was, I was straddling that generation because I got the benefit of having a little brother who was in the next generation. Now you may notice I'm pushing down on some of these corks, kind of resealing them a little bit. What'll happen is, see if I got any up here. Yeah, what'll happen is the alcohol, the bubble. Sometimes there's still air inside the some bubbles trapped in. Where yeah, sometimes there's bubbles still trapped inside the alcohol, and that alcohol will vent out. The air will vent out, and the alcohol will vent, and then the cork will start to push up a little bit. So all you do is you push it back down, and that's one of the things that these tamper-resistant or tamper-proof seals do for you, is it'll hold those corks on and stop them from venting out. I'll seal up some bottles at night, go home, come back the next day to put the tamper-proof seals on them. The next day I'll come in, and there'll be a bunch of corks that pop their top, a bunch of bottles that have gone and popped their corks off. And it happens. One thing I do to prevent any loss or contamination when that happens is, one, I do this the same night, fill them and seal them the same night. The other thing I'll do is just put a blanket over the top of them, or a board. That way, if the cork does pop off or pop out, the end of the cork will stay in the neck. The end of the cork will stay in the neck, and then you know, the bottle won't get opened. But anyway, that's one of the things I benefited from having this wide generational family, is different play styles, different communication styles. And when somebody says something like that to me, it always prompts the question in my mind of, what are your expectations of them? And it kind of goes back to that original question earlier of just simple social constructs. and how they change over time. Like, we grown-ups don't get to decide for kids how they're supposed to communicate. We can't. I mean, as soon as we start telling them what they can say and what they can do, they start coming up with codes to go around what we say they can say and what we say they can do. I mean, one of the things I like to joke with people about is that every single song you listen to is about drugs or sex, or drugs and sex, but very few songs actually mention drugs and sex. Because if they mention drugs and sex, they get taken off the radio. Or at least they used to. But do you really think Christina Aguilera is saying that she's an actual genie in a bottle, and if you rub her the right way, she'll come out of a bottle and grant you wishes? Spoiler alert, she's talking about sex. And possibly diddling her. Or you know, depending on what your pleasure is. It's a nice cool breeze coming through the shop right now. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cases. And I've got 14 left to go. I hate this part of this job. Absolutely hate doing this. But when I have 3 crews, when I have 3 people working simultaneously, 4 people working simultaneously, the amount of time it takes to fill up the bottles is the same amount of time it takes to cork the bottles. And the time it takes to cork the bottles is the same amount of time it takes to put the shrink seals on the bottles. And the time it takes to seal 4 bottles is the same with the heat gun, is the same amount of time it takes to put the shrink seals on the bottles, cork the bottles, and fill the bottles. And not coincidentally, the amount of time it takes to put on a front label and back label for 4 bottles is the same amount of time it takes to heat shrink the bottles, and the same amount of time it takes to put the heat shrinks on the bottles, and the same amount of time it takes to cork the bottles, same amount of time it takes to fill the bottles. All of these systems kind of work together, and they all take about the same amount of time. So if I ever run into a decision of upgrading one of these systems, like making an 8-bottle filler, or an automated filler where they just run down a conveyor belt and fill them up and spit out onto the other side, then I may use fewer people over here, but I'll use more people on this end, because now we've got to label the bottles faster and do all that. I mean, we could always run this system full speed and just let it be optimal, and then, deal with the aftermath and upgrade these systems as we go forward. But oh wow, we may have a musician on next Saturday, not this Saturday. But all these things are interconnected. They're all interlaced and they all work together. Eventually, we'll have ourselves a little conveyor belt system, a little an automated power plant assembly line. That's the word I'm thinking of. Eventually, we'll have all these things integrated together. And instead of doing 20 cases in an hour or 20 cases in 3 hours by myself, I'll be able to do 20 cases in an hour by myself. Or have a couple people working with me and we'll do 500 cases a day. Be a nice problem to have. Selling 500 cases every day. But as it stands, 1 barrel of that whiskey, if it's proofed and ready to go, I can come into the shop. Well, hell, as it stands, In an 8-hour day, in a single 8-hour day, I can come in, transfer the whiskey, proof the whiskey, filter it, bottle it, seal it, label it. 1 barrel a day, 20 cases a day, in a given 8-hour day. If I'm working by myself. But if I add a couple of people, that cuts that time in half. Easily cuts that time in half. Just by adding a couple of people. Cuts it down. Actually, it cuts it down from 8 hours to about 3 hours. If I have Lisa and Carl in here working with me. Hold on. Thought I heard something. I did not. Anyway. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the station, to the channel. We're on our quest for 500 subs. We got our 500 subscriber. Community tab opens up to us. We can start promoting our shows and our friend shows in ways that we couldn't before. As part of this Whiskey Tube network, we got a new introduction video I want to put on our front page. What color would I make the label for a single malt? A single malt whiskey. Red? Should I do the label red? Yeah, I think that's what I ought to do. Single malt red. Then Creamy gold with cone rye. Yeah, so I think my single malt, when I make it, I think I'll go with a red and white theme on the label. Or possibly do a half blue, half white. Like this. Cut it across, blue and white. That'd be kind of cool. I'm working on a second rye. I'm working on a second rye expression that would be more of the a Maryland style rye. Okay, so here's what I learned about rye the last several months as I've been developing this rye label. Rye grains used to be like the principal food source back in the early days of cultivation of wheats and grains. Rye used to be the principal because it was hard to kill. It was hardy. It grew really well. And the earth was really cold. It was like a little ice age at the time, from what I understand. Or maybe it was the regular ice age. I can't remember the exact details. They're all in my notebook over there. But as the earth got warmer, the rye belts retreated into Europe. So by the time Mesopotamian civilizations were forming, empires and such, rye production was mostly in Europe, and it had been almost completely eradicated from the Fertile Crescent area. But then, as time goes on, they start to cultivate other wheats and other grains to go with their rye. And as technology improves, they're able to sort out the really good stuff from the really less good stuff. And rye was a secondary grain in a lot of places because regular wheat got better yields, barley got better yields. Those other grains got better yields, especially corn in the United States. But rye grew on marginal fields and in suboptimal soils. Our filter's running. Hang on one sec. Let's get you over here. Get you there. All right, let's see what we got. one. I'm going to do a quality control check in just a minute. Anyway, as I was saying, rye grew on kind of secondary fields. It was a secondary crop, especially in the United States. But it was a valuable crop. Because of how hardy it was, and in the prime crop growing areas in the northern United States, like Philadelphia, or I'm sorry, Pennsylvania, not Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the city. Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, those areas, you get a lot of it. You get bumper crops, and that's what they would grow most of. They didn't grow wheats; they grew rye. So what would happen is they'd bring their rye to market, but the surplus that they'd have too much of, which is what surplus is, where they have too much of the rye, rather than drag it to market to get the surplus pricing, they'd keep it at home and they would ferment it and turn it into whiskey. Now in Pennsylvania, this was mostly 95% rye whiskey. It was high rye whiskey, 95%. Okay, I can't fit any more whiskey in that barrel. So this one's going to have to wait until we can get back to bottling. But that one can go ahead and get filtered now because it's on 0. It needs 1, 2, and 3. So we'll move that one into position to get started. Yeah, in Pennsylvania, they didn't have, pretty much all they grew in Pennsylvania at the time was rye. They didn't grow, and they grew wheat and other things, but they didn't grow corn or any other cash crop like that. So the rye whiskeys in Pennsylvania were high rye whiskeys, 95% or so. Whoops, leaking a little bit. But in Maryland, the whiskeys, they had more variety of grains, cereal grains in Maryland. So what they would do in Maryland is they would mix their whiskey or their rye. 1, 2, 3, up. They would mix that rye with corn to give it a little bit more production and a little bit sweeter flavor. There we go. So it had a couple of effects. It gave them more of a yield out of their rye, but it also gave them a sweeter rye, a sweeter whiskey, because it had more corn content. So your two distinctly different flavors of rye coming out of early colonial America was your Pennsylvania style and your Maryland style, where Pennsylvania had high rye content of not usually 95% or so, and your Maryland rye had a high corn content of anywhere between 25 and 50%. 41%, whatever the technical rule was back then, if they even had one. But one of the effects that we're seeing today with climate change is that the optimal growing belt for rye whiskey is moving north, but so much of the land that is optimal for growing rye has been underutilized in the past. There's still a tremendous amount of farms that can be of acreage rather that can be planted in rye. So as we lose ground to for rye planting through climate change, there's still more acreage that can be planted because there's so much acreage that wasn't planted. That was being underutilized rather. So eventually there's going to be an equilibrium, but as long as people continue to drink rye whiskey, they will continue to plant more acreage in rye. Now, one of the other things that rye whiskey or rye grains are good for is they're extremely drought resistant and extremely hardy grasses. They are not particularly fireproof. So if there's grass fires, the rye is going to get burned up. But if there's droughts, it's likely to survive to a certain extent. It's not invincible. But rye grasses like cold, dry environments. That's their optimal growing regions. So cold and relatively dry, let's put it that way. I mean, obviously they need water. They are plants. They need water. They need sunlight. They're not going to grow in the Arctic Circle. But places like Nebraska, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, Wyoming, all those tundra states that are mostly in corn now for the cattle, they're optimal for rye. All right. Next barrel up. Sit back over here where you belong. Yeah. All right. Once again, station identification. You're watching the Old Humble Distilling Company. This is a work day at the distillery. We are bottling up our first new label since 2019. Oh, and I got to do a quality control real quick. Oh, yeah. That is divine. Absolutely divine. But yeah, you're watching the Old Humble Distilling Company. Today is a work day at the distillery. Tomorrow, we will be revealing what it is that I've been working on now for 2 days. But I'm well, I talked about it yesterday, but I've been fairly, I mean, this is a really badly kept secret. We know it's a straight rye whiskey. We know it's a high rye content whiskey, 95%. We know that it's double oaked. The only thing y'all don't know is what the label looks like, really. What I'm calling it, I suppose. Can you? Yeah, I'm here. Right? Yeah. And as soon as I'm done with this row here, I'm going to go get a bite to eat. How's that? Have I fixed the microphone problem? I told you I wasn't certain how long my microphone would last. Uh, let's test the sound. Does that work? Testing 1, 2, 3. Good. Thank you, McCubus. All right. So anyway, I thought I heard something outside. It's hard to hear much anything over the sound of that, which is usually like it's a pretty fairly constant drone in the background. But yeah, I thought I heard something out there, but there's nothing out there. So I mean, maybe there is. I just can't see it. Or maybe they drove down the road over there. There is a family living in this neighborhood. I found. They're in a recreational vehicle and a couple of tents, and they have a truck. I do not believe it is a meth lab. I'm fairly certain that they are simply homesteading their property out here and getting it built up. This is an old residential neighborhood, but it is no longer zoned for residential. But anyway, so Thursday, in addition to the normal nonsense that we do, a whiskey adjacent nonsense, whiskey fueled nonsense, our whiskey theme will be rye whiskey. We will be talking about the history of the grain, the history of the drink. I mean, it is the granddaddy of all whiskeys. This was the first cultivated grain, which would make it the first distilled whiskey. Uh, Single malt whiskey, obviously malted barley whiskey, which was started in Ireland and Scotland. Uh, Fermented and distilled spirits, though, predate them. Eau de vie. Despite what that asshole at Spec was trying to tell me. Oh, you want real whiskey, you need to drink Scotch. If you want real whiskey, you could eat my asshole. God, that guy's a prick. Still has me hot under the collar just thinking about him. Trying to tell me that rye whiskey and bourbon and corn whiskey and real whiskey. You can suck it. Well, let me tell you what I really think. Yeah, a few buildings on the high school. I'm far away from the high school. I'm far away. I'm actually far away from everything out here. Well, that's not true. There's a bar right across. Okay. So through this door, there's the other building there. The other building in this area. This area is like a 2 acre, 3 acre plot of land. So there's the other building. It's just like this building, except it's a little bit shorter. There's a stand of trees, and then there's 1960, FM 1960. Big 6-lane thoroughfare that goes from Spring, Jersey Village, over here out on this side, Addicts, I think, all the way out to Liberty. Big giant road. There's nothing directly across the street here, but just to the left which is west. There's a bar called the Rusty Nail. And on this side of the street, just to the left, is a place called Taco Flores, which makes some fantastic Mexican food. No question about it. Across the street, a little bit further this way, across the street from there, is a place called Country Kitchen. And back here, to my right, also to the west over here, is a plumbing supply company. Installs water heaters and things like that. But I don't think it's riffraff so much that's wandering around out here. I think it's just animals. I know there's a coyote running around out here. I know there's some tall deer running around out here. We got us a 4-lane road right over here that's bombed out, pitted up. From here to 1960, it's fine, mostly. Ain't nobody driving through here. Ain't nothing back here for people to drive to. Unless they're just driving back here to be back here. Which is what I did in high school. But I am well protected. The only thing they can take from me back here is whiskey, and the camera, and a computer. There's some copper in these stills, but there's not a whole lot of it. I ain't got any cash here. I mean, this would be the worst place to rob. I mean, what would you do with a tote of whiskey? I mean, obviously you drink it, right? But you're gonna fuck up the proofing. Unless you know what you're doing, you're gonna fuck it up. I mean, how many of these bottles could you take out? I mean, I'll give you. You come and try and rob me? I mean, if it's a case of whiskey or my life. I mean, that's an easy metric there. A case of whiskey or my life? You have a case of whiskey. Get the fuck out of here. I know where the bus barn is. I know what buildings you're talking about. And oh my God, I was at that McDonald's across the street from Humble High School, or on the corner from Humble High School, a few days ago. And I had the misfortune of being in that McDonald's at like 3:30. And oh my God, all the high schoolers, a bunch of damn kids were in this McDonald's. Couldn't hardly move around. The most offensive thing is that there were like 6 of them in the bathroom at the McDonald's smoking weed. And I was just like, guys, I just gotta pee. I don't give a shit. If you could have at least offered me some. Cretins. I mean, I know I look like an old man, but give me the chance to say no, all right? And respect where respect is due. It was actual weed, not one of those dumb little vape pens. And this was the kind you actually had to light on fire. So bravo to those guys. doing it right. Kids these days don't understand the value of good green grass. Smoking their vape pens and singing their hip hop music, talking about how they left their wallet in San Bernardino. Filter's done. Oh. All right, microphone. Microphone's gonna have to stay back here. I forgot it's charging. What the hell happened? All right. Good? You're good. Okay. Sit tight. Let's get you pointer over there. Yeah. Good? Yeah. There you are. Oh, you're not done? You just came out of the water. Get in it. Problem solved. Womp, womp, womp. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Turn you back that way. And Mactubus, I will agree with you heartily, 100%, that it is it's a nice feeling to see these things lined up like this. Nice little soldiers all in a row, ready to get labeled. I mean, this is one of my favorite pictures when I'm doing a bottling run, putting the camera right there, just seeing the rows and rows and rows and rows of bottles. Yeah, it is one of my favorite sites. Absolutely. Had the pleasure last night of joining my friend Ku Agenti on his show, the standing room only. His co-host is a fantastic artist, singer, musician named Miss Tina. And what he does is he puts together a panel of folks, all kinds of different folks, usually comedians, but every once in a while he gets someone like me, who's just some dumbass, with an opinion and a microphone. And we talk about topical topics. And I am not particularly well versed in pop culture stuff. So when he puts up a picture of some starlet, I generally have no idea who it is. And we're supposed to have an opinion on it. But the other stuff that he does, I mean, current events, I'm fairly well versed in current events. I'm not immersed in the news as much as I used to be when I was sitting at a desk and working all day long and able to listen to either listen to news broadcasts during the day or read the headlines as they came up through the various news agencies. But I'm well versed enough. I mean, I know what's going on, generally speaking. I mean, I know who the
president is. I know when people are in space. You know, the important stuff. The price of rye. I know the important stuff. I know the average price of a bottle of rye whiskey at a Spec retail store. And I know the average price of a craft bottle of rye whiskey. And I know that my rye whiskey is going to be on the high end of the low stuff, the low end of the high stuff, which is exactly where I like to be positioned. These bottles are going to cost $35 a piece, by the way. Starting Thursday, you can buy one here at the distillery if you're here in town. Anyway, one of the stories, let's see, he started off the show with a story about Colin Kaepernick and his latest documentary that's on Netflix. Haven't seen the documentary, but I've heard the controversy that is surrounding this particular documentary. That at some point in the documentary, he describes the NFL draft selection process as it feeling like, or being like, I'm not sure the exact words that he uses, but the draft selection process is like the slave evaluation process. Something to the effect where they see your physical attributes, see how high you can jump, how high you can jump, how strong you are, how well put together you are. He said it feels very much like this, like I can't use the exact words because I don't know the exact words. But that the draft selection process is like the slave trade, the slave evaluation process. And it's a legit criticism for people to have it was a vibrant discussion on the show, at least. I can say that much. And it's a legit criticism for people to have for describing stuff like things that were bona fide, honest to God atrocities. You know, like that's like the Holocaust. No, the Holocaust was the Holocaust. That's like slavery. No, slavery was slavery. It's hard to be like something that was that abominable. He's like Hitler. No, he's not like Hitler. Hitler was Hitler. He was a uniquely evil individual. You can say he's fascist, but not like Hitler. There's a big difference between just being fascist and being like Hitler. But that's a legit criticism that something as mundane as the draft, that you can choose to enter, choose not to enter, although it's debatable as to how much you are free to choose to enter the draft or not. Because what are your other options? Say, fuck it, I'm not going to go to the draft. I'm going to go to NFL Europe, try out for a bunch of teams. That's what the draft combine is. You're trying out for a bunch of teams. They're trying to find out your athleticism and all the other stuff. Yeah, I mean, I can see how it's a dehumanizing experience. And for it to be a dehumanizing experience, to be like the slave evaluations. But it was not the slave evaluations. But that's what analogies are. They're imperfect mediums for transferring thought and understanding. The human language in general is an imperfect medium for transferring thought and understanding. The same way you have social cues that are developed and invented that change over time and change over years. Matubus, you are perfectly welcome to give me $80 for one of these bottles. But no, I'm giving a suggested retail price of 35. I don't want $80 is an off-putting price for whiskey. I don't want my whiskey to be something that you only buy one time. None of my whiskey, well, my bourbon is more than $50, but none of my whiskeys that I actually have in stores right now are more than $40. They're all in the $30 price range. $25, $30, $35. Specs will probably discount this down to 30 from 35, maybe even 29. I don't know. I'm not in control of their pricing. My suggested retail price is 35. That's where I want it to be. I can't stop them from cutting it down. I can't stop them from raising it up. But I think that $80, $60 is off-putting, as it's a prohibitive price for people who want to buy a drink or want to buy a whiskey that's an everyday type of go-to whiskey. And I really, really want my whiskeys to be everyday type of go-to whiskeys. Whiskeys that, you aren't, it doesn't have to be the best thing you've ever had, ever. If it's an $80 whiskey, it better be fucking, I mean, it is good. But if it's an $80 whiskey, it better be really good, remarkably good. There's not a lot of error for $80 whiskeys to be merely good. An $80 whiskey needs to be remarkably good. There's just, there's a whole lot of whiskeys that cost $60, $70, $85 that taste like $30 whiskeys. And that's a problem. If your whiskey costs $75 and tastes $35, you're not selling whiskey, you're selling disappointment and sadness. And I'm not in the disappointment and sadness business. I'm in the whiskey business. All right, you're done. Level 1, finish. For this whiskey, for that barrel. Come check this out. Stuff that settles down at the bottom of these barrels. The reason I rinse them between runs. That is what does not go into the whiskey. That is barrel residue and char wood. We don't want that stuff in the whiskey, which is why I'm filtering it out. Because all that stuff is what floats in it. And like I was saying yesterday, it doesn't give it a bad flavor, but it will continue to age the whiskey. And I don't want to age the whiskey after it goes into the bottle. Once it goes into the bottle, I want it to be in a neutral vessel that stops aging entirely. Because if it continues to age, in the bottle, I can't replicate what you've heard. Then I can't charge you $80 for whiskey. Waka waka. So your favorite rye has a mash bill of 68% rye, 17. So your favorite rye is, oh, it's a tri-grain rye, 120 proof. Oh well, if it's 120 proof, I mean 120 proof whiskey should sell for $80 a bottle. Because what you got at that point is basically a bottle and a half of whiskey. At 120 proof, I mean, if your typical whiskey is 80 proof, if it's barrel proof whiskey at 120 proof, you've got a bottle and a half. So it's 1.5 times what it normally would sell. So $80 whiskey would be a $55 bottle of whiskey under normal circumstances. Because 55 times 1.5, half of 55 is 25, 27. 27 plus 55 is $82. So there you go. So what you're drinking is a $50 bottle of 80 proof whiskey. Which again, it's not a bad price for whiskey. If I was a more established brand, I would do that. I would absolutely sell my rye at $55. In fact, my next rye may be a $55 bottle of rye because it's going to be a very unique flavor, a different flavor than your typical rye. So this was the first filtration. I'm going to run it back for filtration number 2. That's filtration number 2. So then the next filtration for both of these 2 barrels will be filtration 3 into the bottling barrel and into the bottles and out the process. Once I'm done with that filtration, I'll take this barrel and fill it with another run of 30 gallons. I'll go ahead and proof it. Not today. Well, maybe tonight. Maybe that's the last thing I'll do tonight is I'll proof this down. I'll do another barrel, 30 gallons of whiskey plus 9.5 gallons of water. Proof it down to 90, and then run it. It can be filtered 1-2 times, and it can be ready to go into the barrel. But I won't do the full filtration tonight. I'll just proof it tonight. And then I can do the final transfer of whiskey from the tote into the storage tank, and then finally break down my pump, clean out the tote, and get that all settled in by the end of the week. It's nice to not hear this thing buzzing in the background. Can't hear a damn thing. It's nice and peaceful outside. It's quiet. He said as a car rumbles down the road in the distance. Okay, so yeah, I mean, looking here, I mean, I could probably push this up to $40. I could probably push it up to 40 easy. And my next whiskeys, we'll probably start walking up that price scale to $40. But I don't know. I wanted to keep my whiskeys here in the Houston area, in the Texas area, in the Texas market. I wanted to keep my whiskeys in the $30 price range. It was important to me that they stay in the $30 price range, so that they could be everyday drinkers, everyday staple whiskeys, the kind of whiskey that you go back to again and again and again and again. Because like you said, that perceived quality with the price, you don't have a lot of room for error. And when you're a new distillery, and a new mixer, blender, distiller, there's a lot of error. And there's a lot of things outside my control that can affect the flavor and quality of the whiskey, which is one of the reasons why I also like to do these in small batches. at a time. I don't want to have, I don't want to make a year's supply of it all at once and just have it sitting here on the floor, and then make a year's supply of another whiskey and a year's supply of another whiskey and a year's, and just have year's supply sitting on my floor. That doesn't do me any good inventory wise, but it also creates a large stockpile of whiskey that if there was a mistake made, that mistake has invaded the entire year's supply of whiskey. And that could be dreadful and disastrous for a distillery. I don't want to say I'm still learning. Well, of course, I'm still learning my craft, but at this stage of the game, I know what I'm doing enough that I can replicate the quality that I need for my whiskeys. But yeah, I mean, no lie, a lot of work does go into these batches. But I mean, this on the table, for example, I mean, this is $35 a bottle. It's 20 cases, $35 a bottle. You can do that math real quick. 35 times 12 times 20. This is $8,500 worth of whiskey right here. It's been, what have we done? 12. We're pushing, how long has this broadcast been today? 3.5 hours. We're pushing 8.5 hours, plus 6 hours, 4 or 5 hours on Sunday that I did before the camera turned on. So this is $8,500 worth of product that I've done so far in this particular batch, and it's been 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. So you can do that now. Granted, I've still got to pay rent, and I've got to pay the electric bill, and I've got to eat food. I've got to earn some income. You know, I mean, this doesn't all happen in a vacuum. If it did, I would suffocate. So stupid. Ah, God, so dumb. All right, fire you up. Get this going. I mean, all in all, for this particular batch, if I had to estimate the amount of time, if I was doing it all by myself, okay, if I was doing it all alone, all by myself, no assistance from anybody, I'd be able to do 20 cases a day. Well, no, yeah, no, 40 cases a day. I'd be able to do 40 cases a day because I could do 20 cases every 4 hours or so, give or take. Like this process here, bottling these up, 4 or 5 hours. It would take me another hour to label all these bottles if I were labeling them tonight. So this, you know, this being, if this were a typical day at the distillery, put you right there, that's better. If this were a typical day at the distillery, 20 cases in about 5 hours. Tomorrow I would be ready to do another 20 cases because I have all the whiskey proofed out and ready to go. This order, this batch, is 140 cases, give or take. Maybe up to 160, somewhere in that neighborhood. So you're talking 12 days. I forgot to turn you off. Sorry. So we're talking 12 days, but let's give it 3 weeks. Let's say there's another couple of days that need to be done of worth of work. So let's call 3 full weeks, 15 days, maybe some time on the weekend. Um, all of that for, do the math real quick. Let's say it's 140 cases times 17 and a half times 12. So that's about $30,000 worth of product at wholesale price and 15 days worth of work. And it's a lot of work, don't get me wrong. Whoops. I don't want to suggest that it's not. But sure as hell beats sitting at a desk. Uh, and I forgot where I was going with this train of thought. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right. So anyway, I mean, I think I know where I was going with that. The short-term goal for the distillery, in this facility at least, is to be able to go, every week and do 20 or 30 cases, 20 or 40 cases a week, every week, a different label, a different style, uh, and then to have that delivered. Delivering 50 to 100 cases a month. That's the goal in the short term, at least. We're not a big distillery. We don't need a big. Uh, we don't need big 1,000 case orders every month, but that'd be nice. I don't even think we could fill a 1,000 case order every month if we had a 1,000 case order. Um, but the current production targets for this particular distillery are simply 50 cases a month. 50 cases a month, plus the tasting room pays my salary, keeps the rent paid, keeps the lights on, does all the things. it, I'm a big proponent of dumping desk jobs. The challenge is making that jump between desk job and business because it takes a long time to get a brand, a business, an operation up and running. It takes more money than you think to start with. It takes more time than you think to start with. But the best time to do it is 5 years ago. The next best time to do it is today. And it never gets easy. It never gets better. It never stops being hard to do it. You just get better at it. You get better at it. You get stronger. You get You get more competent, and it stays hard. You find new things that make it harder, but you just keep fighting at it. You keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, and eventually there's a breakthrough. There's a moment where you go like, aha, I get it. I've been doing it wrong this entire time, and now I know what I need to do. Yeah, I mean, there you go. You know what I'm talking about. It's I mean, I wish I'd have done this when I was 25. Hell, of course, if I'd have done it when I was 25, I'd have been a fucking disaster because I didn't know what I was doing when I was 25. I had more confidence than I'd earned. uh, that's not even slight hyperbole. That is 100% factual. I need to move. I need to fill up one more barrel and knock it down to 90 proof. So I need to put 6 of those buckets into that barrel, and then 2 of those buckets full of that water into that barrel. But first, I need to cover up these bottles. All right, and then I'm gonna play a game. Maybe. Oh no, I can't record any TikToks yet, but I am gonna take this picture. We're gonna take this picture and we're gonna post it right here. That's a keeper. Right there. That's a good one. That's going up on the YouTubes for the whatchamacallit, the Twitters and the Instagrams. I'm gonna move this. Y'all are just gonna have to trust me. So I gotta take the picture over here so I can get a nice wide angle. Ah, yeah, there it is. That's delicious. Oh yeah, show me sassy, baby. Show me sassy. Give you an angle there. Yeah, we'll do the angle here. Show me sassy. Be fierce. Fierce. That's it. Yeah. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right, so that's going up on the Instagrams right now. Post. Booyah, baby. Ah, it's beautiful. So go to Instagram and like my photo. You were here when it was taken. Put you back there so you can hear me okay. Work is progressing nicely. Whiskey porn. Whiskey porn. Whiskey gram. Old Humble. Old Humble Distillery. Oops. Okay. Humble, Texas. Post it on the Facebook. Post it on the Instagram. Share it out. All right, guys. We got us a picture posted on the grams. Go ahead and post on the Twitters too. Twitters. It is progressing. There it is. All right. Also did an interview for a podcast today. If you need it. He needs a picture. Working on it. So check it out. I tried to go to a wings place today. Call up the Buffalo Wild Wing. No, not Buffalo Wild Wingstop here in Humble. Ask the guy for a dozen wings. Order of a dozen. He goes, a dozen? What's a dozen? Like, you fucking kidding me? You don't know what a dozen is? A dozen, 12. You not know the difference? You know? He's like, oh yeah, 12. I get that. He goes, and you wanted 6? I was like, never mind. So I hung up, and then go to the next place because I wanted some wings today. Go to the next place and pop into the to-go orders to place my order. She goes, "You pick it up or place an order?" So place an order. She goes, "Okay," and then she turned around and walked off. Just and I was like, "What the fuck? I just wanted to order some damn wings." So anyway, I ate Popeye's chicken fillet. Ah. All right. So what do we got? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. There you go. Just checking in on chat. Hey, tell your friends to subscribe to the channels. We're steady at 481. I would really like it if we could top 485 or maybe even 490 tonight and hit 500 by the end of the week, because hitting 500 by the end of the week is a meaningless goal, and I would like to achieve it. At least I'm honest, right? Okay. Back to work. Brita, come on, old humble guy. Quit screwing around. You got work to do. All right. Let's see what work I need to do. It is. What time is it? 10:18. We are 4 hours in. 4 hours in. 4. All right. I don't like you and you don't like me. Let's do this shit. All right. We're going to make this transfer of alcohol. We're going to proof a barrel. Let's go ahead and move you over here. Bum, bum, bum. This is the most physically challenging thing that I do here right now. Because I've got, and it's not like it's particularly heavy. We're just talking 5-gallon buckets. It's not particularly heavy. It's not like it's like, oh my God, I can't lift a 5-gallon bucket. It's the repetition. It's the, as they would say in CrossFit, it's the reps, not the weight. So we got to do it. Because if I don't do it, it doesn't get done. And if it doesn't get done, then the things don't happen. And if the things don't happen, well, sadness. And we don't want sadness. That's not why we joined this army. We didn't join this army for sadness. We joined this army to spread joy and goodwill. With rifles and missiles. No, wait, with whiskey. All right. Valves open. Do this. Dreams don't reveal themselves on their own. Make it so. Captain. I am not going to have 30 gallons in there, I don't think. One. I'm a little short. Y'all can't see this from your angle, but the color of this whiskey going into these barrels, it is a beautiful auburn red, and it is so good. Look, it just looks delicious. This red auburn color, like a like a chestnut brown almost. You know, not like brown, not like that brown, but like yeah, like that the red, like the red on a redhead, or the, the kind of red colored hair that's like that. That it like looks brown until they like shift in the light, and then it looks like that deep dark brown, and then they shift in the light, and then it like shines the light bounces off it red. It's that kind of color, and it is remarkable. All right, last two, and I don't think I have 10 gallons of liquor left in that tank, but we shall see. The stream is getting awfully thin. But I've got more where this came from, so it's okay. Four, 4.5, 5. We did it. Hot damn. Adjust. Yeah, actually, maybe a little more than enough. All right. It's the kind of brown of my wife's hair when she dyes her hair red. That's the way I would describe it. Yeah, that's probably the best description I've got. Kind of brown, the brown the way my wife dyes her hair red. All right, 9.5 gallons. It's getting cold out there. Probably down in the high 50s, low 60s by now. How's that? Whoop. You got a little bit of both, all of me in there. There you go. Okay. All right. That's proof. Double filter that tomorrow. Now I got to transfer. Now I've got to transfer the whiskey from there, from that tote, to that storage tank. Piece of cake. This is the damn fun. I don't even have to do anything. Just make sure that it's on. Spoiler alert. Yesterday it was not on straight. I had a little bit of a leak. But it is now. Piece of cake. Now, because this is an open system, when I open up this end, I'm not going to need to worry about the whiskey falling out until I bring it down to the ground. Then I've got to work fast. It will spill. But I shouldn't lose much. I work fast, I won't lose anything. I'm not that fast. All right. Now, gotta get moving. The leak's back. All right. Open this. Plug this in. Let it rip. Should get here, somewhere in this neighborhood. Yeah. Right. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We're at 481 subs. I'd like the video if you want. Give me a dislike out there. 481 subs. I'd like to get pushed over the 500 sub mark very soon. That way we can begin our march towards monetization. All right. Sure wish I had a sandwich. But I don't have a sandwich. Nobody loves me. That's this barrel. All right. That's level 2 filtration finished. Start level 1 filtration on that barrel. We're at the bottom of the transfer. That was a sound I was not prepared to hear. we have an air bubble in the line because it sucked a little bit of air in there. We give it just another second to see if it'll kick that air bubble out. Maybe what I'll do, I know what I can do. I'll reprime it. There we go. All right, not pulling suction anymore. All right, one more try. Okay, so the whiskey level's going back down through the pump and into the tank, where it drops below 5. That means it will have pushed all the air out properly. And I can start pushing the whiskey back through and hopefully suck the last little bit out here that it can suck out. Yep, there it goes. There we go. Good. And that's that. That's as far as we're getting. To get the last bits out of there, there's not much left in there. There's maybe 5 gallons left in there. But to get the last bits out, I'm going to have to jack that thing up. Jack it up high enough to be able to put a bucket underneath it. And I've got Ichabod here who can help me. What I'll do is I'll hoist it up and put it up on the 4 barrels. And then just let gravity do the rest. That'll be a piece of cake. Deal with it another day, not today. It's a problem for tomorrow, Joe, to worry about. Tonight, Joe is not going to worry with it. Tonight, Joe is going to transfer filter 1 more barrel. And then tonight, Joe is going to wrap it up and go to bed. Because tonight, Joe is fucking exhausted. But seriously, I would like 1 more subscriber tonight, if that's at all possible. Guys, 1 more. That's all I'm asking. Give me up to 482, please. That'd be kind of cool. 485 would be great, but I'd be happy with 482. But yeah, that's gonna be the plan. I'm gonna hook that up, lift it up, put 4 barrels underneath it, and then yeah, that'll work. Yeah, and then use it to use the gravity assist at that point to just drain it into a couple of buckets, and then we'll be done. I've got another barrel right here that'll be able to use. Well, this one that we'll be able to use for the drips, the last little bits, because both of these are going to get cleared out to that one tomorrow, which means I'll have excess capacity to transfer the rest of that into proofing barrels. I don't want to disconnect this yet, because if I disconnect this, then all the whiskey in this line is going to poop out. I don't want it to poop out. And I don't have another blocking plate. I need to get more fixtures. I need to get a whole bunch of stuff. I need more tri-clamps. I need more of a blocking plates. They're all being used. I've got 5 of them, and they're all being used for something right now. Get this filter running. This is the time in the night where I start to get a little distracted because I'm hungry and I'm tired. And I usually am in the process of wrapping things up here. But I still got about an hour to go because I got to filter this whiskey. 2, 3. Pad 1, pad 2. Remember, guys, feel free to ask me anything you see. Got questions? Don't know what the hell I'm doing, why I'm doing what I'm doing? Feel free to ask. I do not mind answering. If I can answer, I'll answer. If it's none of your business, I'll tell you. But very little of what I do is secret. There's no proprietary processes here. All just hard work and sweat equity. All right. Back in business. Let's filter one. Right? Yeah, because this has been done twice. That's once. Yeah, I'm losing track of shit that I've done. Getting late. All right. You come in here and do a little spring cleaning. I've got old boxes with components and all kinds of nonsense in there. No, it's not well water. Actually, JVH. Sorry. So this is what we got for water. Over here, I don't know if you can see it. Come here, tripod. All right. If you look close, see if it shows up on the screen. Yeah. Okay. So those tanks are 10,000 gallon tanks. They capture rainwater off the roofs of the building. The water gets pumped in. The water gets pumped in, goes through a line across the ceiling up here, goes into the other room, and it gets UV filtered. So we have a line that goes up through here, goes into the other room through a UV filter and a reverse osmosis filter. Then it comes back up through here and down here into my reverse osmosis filter. And then it goes into my water tank here. You didn't see half that. Did you? Yeah, you did. Anyway, so that's where the water we use is rainwater. It's captured rainwater from the roofs of our buildings. And we've got 40,000 gallons worth of water storage, which 20,000 should be, if it doesn't rain at all for 2 months in the summer or in the winter, whenever it doesn't rain. If it doesn't rain at all for 2 months and I'm at full production capacity, I should use about 20,000 of those gallons. But otherwise, that's enough water. Yeah, we're constantly getting water refilled out here from the dew, just basic water collection. From basic water collection out here, from dew, from condensate across the over the course of the night, and just I mean, hell, it rains all the time, or at least it rains enough. So that is where our water comes from. It literally rains whiskey on us. Thank you. Thank you very much. I wish I could say it was my idea, but it is not. It was not my idea. It is born out of necessity because the water out here is trash. The well water is garbage on account of the oil companies that were out here. Um, they used open pit oil storage oil storage setup. So it's open pit oil storage. So basically, you're talking a football field wide, a football field sized trench in the ground where they just pump the water in or the oil in, and it sat there until it was time to get loaded into trucks and taken off. They slowly upgraded that to apparently there was a lightning strike that lit one of the trenches on fire, or a few of the trenches on fire. So they upgraded to wooden storage tanks, um, which were also imperfect for obvious reasons, and then eventually to metal storage tanks. But the wooden ones, they preferred the wooden ones to the metal ones because the wooden ones were temporary. And you know, in the oil boom days, you set up as quick as you could, and when you were done, you tore it down and went on to the next field or whatever. But the fields out here proved to be productive enough that they stayed out here. They stayed out here for on a permanent basis and continued production for years to come. So there are obviously no wooden tanks anymore. They've been all upgraded to metal. Anytime you see a tank out here for oil storage, it's metal. Either that or it goes straight into a pipeline. But those open oil pits leach sulfur into the ground and into the groundwater. Well, sulfur and other hard materials, hard metals. So the artesian well that's in downtown Humble, it no longer pumps water out of the artesian well. It's now recirculated water because the artesian well water smelled like sulfur. And anytime you pump well water out here, you get a lot of hard minerals and a funky smell because the well water out here has been contaminated for so long by the oil companies. And that was over 100 years ago when they were using the open oil pits. But now all the municipal water in this area comes from Lake Houston, unless you're using rain capture, which is what we got. So it wasn't a choice. It wouldn't have been something that we installed if we were building from scratch. It's not something that we would have installed if it wasn't a requirement to install it. But in this case, the well water was trash. And to be quite honest, it's remarkably better than the municipal water. The Humble City municipal water tasted like city water tastes. And I don't know a better way to describe it unless you've had tap water and actual mountain spring water, actual fresh water. Not like Ozarka, because Ozarka's tap water too. But I mean, if you've had like actual river water, from an actual spring, you know what I'm talking about because that water tastes different than the water that you get from the tap. And you don't notice the difference all by itself. If you're drinking tap water, you don't notice that it tastes like tap water. But if you go out and you're on a hike somewhere and you're actually in the mountains and you taste spring water, you drink it, it tastes sweeter, it tastes cleaner. And it's hard to put your finger on what it is that you're tasting because what you're tasting is stuff you're not tasting. And what this water tastes like compared to what it tasted like in our old facility that was using municipal water that was just reverse osmosis filtered the one time. I didn't notice what it tasted like until I tasted this water. When I taste this water, it's the things that I don't taste that make it taste better than the municipal water. And more importantly, I taste the difference in the whiskey itself. Because it's subtle enough that you may not notice it on its own, but when it interacts with the alcohol and the compounds in the alcohol from the barrel and the different proteins, that's when you notice it. That's when you really, really notice it. It amplifies that flavor. And again, you don't even know it's there until you try the alt. When you try the comparison taste, and you notice it, and you're like, oh, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Uh, so there you go. You're very welcome. Uh, but yeah, I didn't think it would be that important. But when we made our first batches here, yeah, I've noticed the difference significantly. And I've got a couple of bottles of our straight whiskey and special reserve that were made in the old facility, and I can taste the difference. If I put the bottles side by side, I can taste the difference. I'm really glad we got this facility. This facility is a marked improvement from the municipal city facility we were in before. So what I'm going to do when I hoist this up, I was going to say what I was going to do to hoist it up is I'll lift up the back and put the barrels underneath it and switch the hook to the front and hoist up the front and put the barrels underneath it. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my cargo tie, wrap it across horizontally, one in back, one in front. If we have this page here, will hold the straps in place here and there. And I should be able to lift it up, but I've only got to go up about 4 feet. Yeah, I've only got to go up about 4 feet. Lift it up about 4 feet, get it up there, move those barrels underneath, and I'm done. And actually, I don't even need to prop it up on the barrels, to be honest. I just need to lift it up. Lift it up about 6 inches. Open that up, drain it in. Done. I might do that tonight. I got no place to put the whiskey. I'm running out of things to do. But that's okay. That's how the workday should end, without a whole lot of things to do. Which was the exact opposite philosophy we had at the corporate gig. You should always have a plan for what you're going to do tomorrow. Like, no, I don't want to have a plan for shit to do tomorrow. I want to get my fucking work done today. I want to get my work done today so tomorrow I don't have a whole lot of shit to do. Or I just have tomorrow's shit to do. That would be ideal. You know, let tomorrow's shit be tomorrow's shit. Today's shit be today's shit. And then you don't have to worry about tomorrow's shit today, because that's why you have tomorrow, to deal with tomorrow's shit. I do not miss my corporate gig. I mean, I miss the security of the corporate gig, but the security of a corporate gig is a myth. Oh, I'm getting close to going on a rant. Fuck it, I'm going to go on a rant. The security of a corporate gig is a myth. There's no security in a corporate gig. They tell your security you have a job to go to. You get up in the morning, you have a job to go to. You do your job. You go home at night. You have set hours. You know what's expected of you. You know what you have to do. Everything is set up so you have security, and you can have confidence that in the next day you know what you're doing. The next day you know what you're doing. The next day you know what you're doing. But the fact is, the reason why that's a myth, the fact of the matter is, the corporate guys, they don't give a shit about you. They've got one job and one job only, one responsibility. Their responsibility is to maximize shareholder returns. That's it. They don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about your kids. They don't give a shit about your wife. They don't give a shit about your mortgage. They don't give a shit about your car. They don't give a shit about your health insurance. They don't give a shit about your cancer diagnosis. They don't give a shit about your high blood pressure. They don't give a shit about your heart medication. They don't give a shit about you. And they will take that job away from you in the blink of an eye because there is no security in a corporate job. If the stock price goes down, they need to cut some kind of expense somewhere along the line. You think they're going to be cutting meals? No. What they're going to be cutting is they're going to be cutting the things that are most expensive and most adjustable people. They cut out people because you, if you survive a cut, you can just work 25% harder. You can work 50% harder. They can cut out a third of your office and you can work a little bit harder, a little bit longer, a little bit more, because even though you know what's expected of you can change tomorrow, and they expect you to change with it, because we're supposed to be flexible in the American workplace. We're supposed to be turnkey operators. We're supposed to be able to do whatever we can do to help the company maximize returns to shareholders. They don't care, not one small bit, about you. You're an input into the system, and you are a replaceable input in the system, and you can count on the fact that they will replace you with someone cheaper, or even better, someone that'll work 50% more for the same amount of money, because they're afraid they'll lose their job, because they need their health benefits, because they have that kidney diagnosis, or they have a kid that needs something. I had a former manager that was a big fan of his sales associates buying new cars, his sales associates buying new houses, having new babies, buying a boat, buying a motorcycle, whatever it was. He wanted you in debt. He wanted you desperate to work more, which on one hand, great managerial philosophy. You want people who are motivated to work, but you also want people who are motivated to work at the job they're motivated to work at, because the job is fulfilling and worthwhile. And if all you're doing is being an input to maximize shareholder values, then there is absolutely no security in that job. There's no guarantee that tomorrow it will exist, and there is absolutely no obligation on the company's part to take care of you at all. This company, my company, I guarantee you, I know for a fact it gives a shit about the well-being of my family, because my company decisions are made by me, and I care about the well-being of my family. Anybody that I hire, I guarantee you, my company will care about their well-being, because I'm my company. Of course, we want to maximize shareholder benefits. We want to maximize returns to shareholders, but we also need to maximize returns to stakeholders. And the stakeholders are the people out here in the community. The stakeholders are my suppliers. The stakeholders are my distributors. The stakeholders are my sales associates, my employees, and everybody that works here at the distillery with me. All of those people are my stakeholders, including my family, including their family, and including the school district that relies on the taxes that we pay, the city that relies on the sales taxes we pay, the state that relies on the taxes and fees that we pay. All of those people are stakeholders for the company, and all of those people this company has an obligation to, not just shareholders. While shareholders are extremely important, they are one of many stakeholders in the company. And that's a different philosophy for a company than large companies haven't gotten around to understanding yet. That it's not just the shareholders, it's a whole lot more people that the company is touched by, and a whole lot more people that get fucked when the company goes belly up, or when the company does something bad, or when the company spoils the environment, because then you can't have well water at a distillery 100 years after you pull the stakes up and get the fuck out of town. Somebody else has to clean up that shitty well water that you left behind. Or we have to install super giant rainwater collection tanks because you were ignorant and selfish and decided, oh, we'll just put all the oil in a giant open pit. Assholes. Anyway. That's all I got to say about that. Hey, my filter just started sucking air. Let's go check that out. So yeah, I kind of feel passionate about shitty corporate jobs. I mean, look, the fact is, the city is full of shitty corporate jobs and managers that hate you, don't care about you, don't care about your family. You don't have to be miserable at the job you're at. There are literally thousands of other jobs in this city that you can be miserable at. Don't be miserable at another job. Learn another skill. I mean, that's what happens when you go to another job. You learn the HR policies, or you learn the HR systems at the one job. You go to the other job, you learn the HR systems at the other job. You learn the accounting system at the one job. You go to the other job, you learn the accounting system there. You learn Adobe Photoshop at the one job. You go to the other shop, you learn Adobe Photoshop there. That's just how it is. If you're miserable, you hate your boss, you hate your job, you hate the people you do, you hate the work you do, fine, fuck them. Go somewhere else. You know good and damn well they say the same thing to you. Fuck you, go somewhere else. Ugh. I'm passionate about that. That's not a performative rant. That's like bona fide, honest God truth. I've been fired from more jobs in November. Fucking November. Than I care to count. It's just fuck those guys. They don't give a shit about you. They'll open your mouth and crap down your throat and tell you it's a free meal. And we act like we have an obligation to the companies that hire us. We don't have an obligation to them any more than the work that we do for them. It's within our prescribed portfolio of operations. No, you didn't go above and beyond. Fuck you. You didn't go above and beyond for me either. Ugh. Anyway, what do we got here? Moose Gal's in the house. What am I ranting about this time? This was an honest rant. It's of just security in a corporate job. That was the. If I were to title that rant, that's what it would be. The myth of the corporate job security. Hey, I'm sure the people who worked at Weinstein Productions thought that their job was secure. Harvey Weinstein didn't give a shit about the people working for him when he was off raping all of his actress friends. That dude who ran the Ponzi scheme out in New York, Bernie Madoff, he didn't give a shit about his employees when he was robbing all of his portfolio members blind. The investment firm that went belly up in 2008. Who was that? I can't remember. Bear Stearns, not Bear Stearns. Bear Stearns bought their rotted husk. It was the green one. They didn't give a shit about their employees when they were over leveraging themselves to make the absolute most money they could possibly make off of Class B mortgages. They don't care about their employees. And guarantee if they could automate your job, they would. They're not obligated. They don't consider their duty to their employees an obligation that they must fulfill. They consider it a burden that they seek to minimize. You're an expense. You're not an investment. You're something that they're trying to minimize. And it's so frustrating working in companies that are like that, because they tell you they're a great place to work. You don't have to tell people you're a great place to work if you're a great place to work. People show up And they tell each other, by the way, this is a great place to work. I'm really having a great time here. I like my job. I don't tell people that this is a great place to work. I tell people that they have to work with me all day. That's not good. Poor them. They'd outsource your ass in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. If they could find a way to move your call center to India, they do it. They've done it. They'll do it again. If they could figure out a way to program a robot to answer the phones, they'll do it. They've done it before. They'll do it again. Hell, they've taken the decision making out of loan officers' hands and put it into the algorithms, some damn computer algorithm, so that human beings don't even get to make a choice as to whether or not they're going to hand out a loan. That decision making facility has gone out of banks entirely, unless it's a really high dollar loan, a really high dollar loan. They don't make decisions on home mortgages. They make decisions on multi-million-dollar investments of capital into buying a retail block or something like that. That's where the decision making comes in, where people sit around a table and go, should we do this? Well, how should we do this? Well, blah, 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 blah. That's when a decision actually comes into the fold. But your house, that's a fucking computer program. They plug in your information and it spits out a green light or a red light, and that's it. They don't value that work. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, you do have to create your own security. I mean, I say that all the time. People don't get lucky, they make their luck. Hustle creates luck. I mean, luck happens, but it doesn't come knocking on your door. Neither does security. A secure position isn't going to come find you. You've got to go get it. You've got to make it happen. Damn, I'm hungry. But I mean, it doesn't just happen. But even when you're in a corporation, if you're working in a corporation where the decision makers are some board and it's based in Delaware and the board's in New York and the executives are in Birmingham or wherever the executive offices are located, it doesn't matter how much value you bring to the company if the company doesn't value the work you've done. You're still an input into their system, and they can train somebody to replace you. And it's the frustrating reality of a zero-sum game of business in America. It's just yeah. I mean, medical industry is a perfect example. You're right, McTubus. Medical industry is a perfect example. Oh, my hat is filthy. Hold on. I don't want to wear this hat again. But yeah, the medical industry is a perfect example. They'll automate. They automate a lot of the diagnosis decisions. They automate. They don't automate necessarily analysis, but I know a lot of medical offices, at least in this area, they send X-ray scans to India or something. Like the X-ray techs take the X-rays and then they send the actual stuff to be developed or printed or whatever it is somewhere else entirely. But shit, that was like 10 years ago. I don't know what they do now. I mean, if they can automate it or outsource it, they do. And it's all about the bottom line. It's all about chasing the buck. And I could not work in that environment anymore. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I may have to go back if this doesn't work out over the next 4 years. I may have to go back, but goddamn, I'm going to put every ounce of energy, blood, sweat, tears, every waking moment of my day and night into making this happen. Because unless this grinds me down to a nub, I cannot imagine going back to work on somebody else's time scale, going back to work for somebody else's decision of what value is, going back to work for somebody else's notion of what is actually valuable. Ugh. I mean, I worked at a place where my job was to be done in just a second. Anyway, I worked at a place where my job description was to maximize portfolio value for my clients, return the maximum cash return and portfolio yield, both at the same time, usually competing goals, but that's basically what my job description was. My real job, compliance, risk management. That was it. They didn't give a shit if I made maximum returns back to my clients. Absolutely didn't care. Done. Mostly done. Anyway, and keep in mind, I'm not describing a toxic workplace at all. I'm describing a workplace. My job was risk management and compliance. That's the job they wanted me to do. My 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 job description was maximize portfolio value, return maximum yield and cash yield, or portfolio and cash yield to the clients. That was, you know, that's how everybody benefits. Because if the client received maximum portfolio yield and maximum cash yield, uh, maximum of if I could maximize both of those, the bank got a bigger fee, the client stayed happy, and we got referrals. We had more clients come in. But that's not what they wanted me to do. What they wanted me to do was compliance and risk management. And if the other stuff happened, great. But uh, uh, but you know, and that was the frustrating thing, because it wasn't whether or not the portfolios were doing well. It was whether or not I filled out this form or submitted this paperwork or uh, checked these boxes or whatever the hell else the stupid administrative task was. Uh, and that's just that's again, that's not a toxic workplace. That's not an unusual workplace. That's not anything out of the ordinary. That's like most jobs: risk management, compliance. They just want you to make the fees, take the fees, and take it with as little risk as possible. Um, they want it. They want to make sure they have a regular source of income, and they want it to be with as little risk as possible. And that's not
That's nothing out of the ordinary. That is a normal work environment. I'm not saying at all that where I was working was a toxic environment just because the company wanted me to do something different than my actual job description. That's just a normal environment. What was toxic about it was the fact that my manager was a piece of shit. But that's neither here nor there. That's a whole different discussion. And maybe one day we'll get into that. Maybe one day we'll be sitting around our dining room table here in the Old Humble Distilling Company's tasting room, and I'll tell you all the stories about this dude. But that's not for this forum, and that's not for this moment in time. Because what we make here at the Old Humble Distilling Company, in addition to whiskey, the finest damn whiskeys on the planet, we make peace. We make peace. We make wellness. We make a vibe. And that's what we do. And I'm happy to be able to do that. In fact, it's time for a little quality control. As we have my final thoughts, which oftentimes are my only thoughts. Quality control. All right, so I've got 20 cases here, got another 20 cases in there ready to go. 40 more cases ready to be transferred into that barrel. And 20 cases there that are half filtered and ready to be fully filtered shortly. I could probably do that tonight, but I'm at the 5-hour mark and I'm pretty tired. And I need to eat dinner. And it's 11 o'clock. Is it 11 o'clock? 11:24, as a matter of fact. My lovely wife is probably asleep, wondering where I'm at and what I'm doing. Because as I've stipulated in the past and confirmed many times, she doesn't watch me on YouTube. But I am going to send her a quick text and let her say hi to her. Because that makes for really good YouTubing, right? Makes good TV. Oh, she said she loves me. She's so sweet. Oh, Paul Betancourt visited her school today. I'm going to tell her I love her, and I'm finishing up. Finish up. All right. U of H was tied with Hofstra earlier. I don't know what the score is currently. I'm going to go check and see. UH men's basketball. Let's see what UH men's basketball's got going on right now. Number 15 in the nation, if I'm not mistaken. Houston beat Hofstra in overtime, 83-75. Wow. Good for them. So my older brother, did his first TikTok. And here's what's funny about my... Guys, take care of that fucking moron. Please and thank you. In fact, I'll take care of that fucking moron. He's blocked. Bye, twat wop nozzle. I wonder if he subscribed though. Nope, he didn't subscribe. Well, he can eat a bag of dicks. McTubis, you're wrenchless. Oh, that's right. I knew that. I thought you were modded. How are you not modded? I got to do it on the YouTube, so got this. You deserve your mod wrench. Speaking of dumb names, there's a unfortunately named restaurant here in town, Cajun Corner Kitchen. No, Kid Cajun Kitchen. Corner Cajun Kitchen. Something like that. But they're clever with their naming convention. So it's like Kid, K-I-D, Cajun, K-A-J-U-N, Kitchen, K-I-T, obviously. So like their naming convention is literally KKK, and they intentionally changed the name of the C word in between the K and the K word, so it would also be a K. And I mean, I'm not a marketing genius. I'm definitely not a food kitchen genius. Kid Creole, that's what it was. Kid Creole Kitchen. But again, Creole starts with a C. Like, why do that? It could just be Kid Creole KC. You don't have to turn Kid Creole into K Creole. Kid K Creole. You don't have to do that. That was a conscious choice. Somebody sat down and said, you know what we should do? Change the C to a K. And then nobody said after that, like, maybe that's not a good idea. Or worse, somebody said, maybe that's not a good idea. And then he was like, nah, it's fine. I mean, they make good food. Don't get me wrong. They make great food. They have a Creole potato bowl that's actually it's just a Creole bowl is what it's called, but it's a potato. It's like a barbecue potato, but it's a Creole potato, and it's got shrimp and crawfish tails and the sauce and the cheese and oh god, but it's only available on Friday, so you know. I mean, it's a great place to eat. They got great food. I just wish there was somebody with the dude at that one point when he was making the name who would say like, maybe not, maybe just leave Creole with a C, maybe because you know there's going to be people looking at this and going, that's interesting. That's very interesting because it is. It's very interesting. Very curious. You're right, Muska. I don't know how he slipped in, but I've said before, my door's open to anybody. But you know, we have a very strict community guideline. You cannot be a fucking asshole. The fascist may not apply. Racists can go fucking straight to hell. We have strict community guidelines. Uh, oh. All right. Thursday night. And the son of a bitch didn't even subscribe. I mean, come on, man. I probably would have blocked him if I saw that username come up in my subscription line. Fucking asshole. um, No, see, McTubis, I know. I mean, I'm guessing it probably wasn't intentional too. I mean, I'm guessing he probably didn't want to name his restaurant KKK. I mean, that probably wasn't like the idea. Like, oh, I know what we'll do. We'll give it the KKK initials. That'll be funny. It was. I mean, I'm sure he was going for the alliteration. He was going for the onomatopoeia or whatever it is when the first letter is the same on 3 consecutive words. He was going for that, and I get that. That's cool. That's fine. But nobody around him said, like, dude, you sure about that? Or people around him said that, and he was like, nah, it's fine. It's fine. Nobody will even notice. Post-racial America. Oh, Lord Almighty. It's been a long day. It's been a good day. I mean, the work I've done here since about 5 o'clock was the tip of the iceberg today. Because I had my chore and I had to do it at home. So I had my, other work I need to do at home. Clothes that needed folding, dishes that needed washing, some admin work that I needed to do at the distillery or at the home office. Our Thursday show is set up. I'm yawning. Sorry. It's not because you're boring. It's because I'm tired. But yeah, this is the end of a 14-hour day. Shouldn't bad. Good day. The quality control is where it's at. I can't wait till I can share this with y'all. I really can't. This is delightful. I really can't wait. Tomorrow, these 20 cases here behind me, we'll label those up. Or even better, is this table. I'll put 20 cases on this table. I'm going to make y'all wait. I'm going to make y'all wait to see the labels. We're going to do first several hours, filling this table with another 20 cases of liquor. Fill, cork, seal. Then Legal Lisa may show up at some point tomorrow and help with the labeling. We might even get my buddy Carl, Robot Carl. He may join me. His specialty is the filler. He'll do the filling. I'll do the seals. Lisa does the labels. But then eventually I switch over and I start doing the labels because we get a head of steam. There's like a buffer zone in between the stations on the tables. I've never had a troll in here either. This is the first troll. Yeah, you're right. You're right. He is the first troll I've ever had on any live stream I've ever done. We're talking the gaming streams. No, I take that back. I had one troll once when I was just doing Twitch, or when it was the happy hour, the cocktail happy hour, just on Twitch. I had one troll one time, and it was just like 2 comments. But it wasn't like that. It wasn't anything like that. It was just like one dude, and he just made one dumb comment. Said something about my kid. I don't know, because my kid came into the screen and said something or was doing something. I don't even remember what it was. It was just one dumb Twitch comment. He said something, and then he was gone. And that was it. And it doesn't really count as a troll because he was only like 6 people on thing. But that was literally my first, honest to God, real troll on the show. Super duper exciting. Totally racist screen name, totally racist channel name, comes in, drops racist shit in chat, and then he gets banned. We got a troll. I've made it, people. I'm a person on the internet. He's still a fucking asshole. Troll blitz would be kind of. I mean, I'd be fine with that. That means people are coming to the show. That's cool. That's cool. I'm fine with that. The comments, the number of comments get raised up. The number of viewers gets raised up. The average watch time, I don't know, that probably goes down, but the amount of the hours actually goes up. I mean, it's cool. I'm fine with that. But I mean, well, what are they gonna do? How are they gonna hurt me? Fuck them. I don't care. Anywho, it's time to wrap this up. I'm just rambling. I'm tired. I don't want to get up. The next thing, okay, come on over here with me real quick. Let's finish the tasks at hand. Turn you. See the stuff? Yeah, you see the stuff. Okay. Finish the tasks at hand. Got a barrel to stand up. Got to rinse it out. Rinse out the barrel. We're going to do that off screen. Rinsity, 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 rinse. Ugh. While I'm over here, I'll shut the door. Because it's time to wrap this shit up. There was just a little bit of water left in this bucket or barrel, so I decided to dump it over there where the alcohol had leaked a little. There are no open flames, sparks in this distillery. Everything is shielded and grounded and proper, so I'm not really worried. When we have a little bit of alcohol spill on the floor, I'm not really worried about it. But if we had a significant spill, like a whole barrel or something like that, yeah, we'd have issues. And that's when we bring out the water, and spray down the floor, and squeegee everything. You know, you stop the presses, stop the process entirely. Because you know the motto here at the Old Humble Distilling Company: safety third. Do the right thing eventually. And if I ever edit these build-out videos that I've done, that is a common mantra. Because I have very few carpentry skills, or building skills for that matter. Very few of those skills, because I've never developed them. I can build a fence like a motherfucker. I know how to build a fence. I've built dozens of those. But other things I'm not so good at. Come on, get in there. Stay in there. And repeatedly, I mean, I'm in there. I'm using tools wrong. I'm using the equipment wrong. I'm doing things entirely wrong. And I know I'm doing them wrong, and I know I'm doing them unsafely. All right. Should I play a game? Should we close it out with a game? I don't really have any game I want to play. I really do want to go to bed. And it is 5:15 in. We are now 10 hours and 15 minutes into the 72 hours. Tomorrow is Wednesday. I will have something like, I might be able to do 12 hours tomorrow. We're 10 hours in. 5 hours yesterday, 5 hours today. That's 10 hours in. If I do 5 hours again tomorrow, that'll be 15. 2 hours for the happy hour. That'll be 17. I might get 24 live streaming hours over the 72-hour live stream extravaganza. That's not great, but that's not bad. A marathon is 26.2. Anyway, what do we got? All right, give me one more question to answer before I leave. It's 11:45. Give me one more question to answer before I leave. I am now a YouTube success. They like me. They really, really like me. One more question to ask. What else of all the things we've done over the last 2 days? The gantry crane, the barrels, the transfer tote, the storage tank, proofing the whiskey, filtering the whiskey, bottling the bottles, corking, sealing. The only part of this process we haven't done is the actual labeling of the bottles. And that'll be done tomorrow. Okay, let's start with pancakes and waffles. I haven't had my drink yet. Cheers. Mm. Mm. Ah, so good. I'm very pleased with how this whiskey has turned out. Very pleased. Very pleased. Okay. Pancakes or waffles? Pancakes. For an everyday eater, well, not even an everyday eater, for like a pancakes, waffles, French toast. Unless you're at a nice restaurant that knows how to do French toast, and then it's French toast, waffles, pancakes. Waffles are hard to fuck up, which is why you get waffles at a Best Western and a continental breakfast, because they're hard to fuck up. Pancakes are easy to fuck up. You can mess up pancakes real easy. You could use the wrong type of batter, and then they taste like biscuits. They can be too heavy, they can be too thick, too heavy. You can't mess up a waffle. Waffle's a waffle. It goes into the waffle iron, you cook it, you flip it, you open it. It has the little containers for the butter and the syrup. You can't mess up. It's really hard to mess up a waffle. Really hard. It's not impossible, but it's really hard. Really, really hard. You've got to try. You've almost got to put more effort into messing up a waffle than you do into just making waffle. If you put no effort into it at all, you get a good waffle. If you put some effort into it, that's how you mess it up. Pancakes, you can mess up pancakes. Easy. They can be too dense, too heavy, taste like, I went through the whole list. French toast, of course, if they don't know how to make French toast, it's trash. And chances are it's not made from scratch, so it's trash. So, I like pancakes more than I like waffles, but only if the pancakes are done well, done right. Denny's pancakes, I love Denny's pancakes. I do not like IHOP's pancakes nearly as much as I like Denny's pancakes. In fact, I may go to Denny's on the way home today. Ooh, that's a good idea. What do you think, Wackus Bunkus? Kill them. Yes. Oh, naughty Wackus Bunkus.
Oh shit! I'm losing my mind. All right. So yeah, that's the answer to that question. Pancakes over waffles over French bread, unless you're at a restaurant that knows how to do French toast. Then it's French toast, waffles, pancakes. But in general, pancakes are the superior food, unless they don't know how to make pancakes. So then you can't fuck up a waffle. Waffle is the great fallback. It's like root beer in the Pepsi Coke root beer debate. Do you have Pepsi? Do you have Coke? No, root beer. Do you have Pepsi? No, root beer. That's or Dr Pepper or RC, depending on. I don't like RC. I'd rather have people spit in my mouth. But anyway, okay. So that answers that question. Boxers or briefs? I like boxer briefs. I don't like boxers. They're too billowy. They're too billowy. They bunch up. You get that wad of boxer fabric, just like that nasty wad that's like chewed up paper that just like sits in your crotch and gets all sweaty and gross. But I don't like briefs because I just don't like briefs. I like to have a little bit more. I'd wear bike shorts if it wasn't for the chamois in the crotch. I like them being, I like having the it's not support on the thigh. It's more just to mop up the juice. I mean, we're in Houston, for God's sakes. It gets swampy down there. I mean, I'd rather wear a kilt and just blow in the wind. Quite honestly, I mean, that's far more comfortable than any kind of wad of underwear trash that gets just gooped up in between your legs. Hate, gross. Ooh, an ASMR whiskey tasting. Now, I talked about that with Lisa, about doing that. Like, this is. Gotta have the microphone uncovered for this one. So we get right up in there. Go. This is whiskey on the rocks. And then you pour the whiskey on the rocks. Go. No, I gotta do the disgusting noise with my mouth that ASMR people do. This is whiskey neat. And then you pour the whiskey neat, right? Like in the cup. Like pour it in the cup and you can hear it like just filling up the cup. And then of course it's ASMR, so you gotta do the thing. This is whiskey on crushed ice. And then so that could be a whole series of videos. That could be, I mean, I would hate it. I would absolutely hate it because I hate ASMR videos. AMSR, what is it? ASMR. I hate those videos. They drive me insane because it's like they're just like. Let me think about where. It's like, fucking say the words. Stop it already. Jesus. I don't need to hear you smacking your lips. I don't want to hear you licking your teeth or whatever, you scratching your paper. I don't need to hear that shit. Just say the words. Ah! But I know people get off on that. That's fine. Whatever. It gives the auditory response of the skin scratching, whatever. It just drives me nuts. Makes me crazy. Absolutely makes me crazy. Just say it. And it's always some chick with big boobs. It's some hot chick doing it. It's never just some normal looking like school marm, whatever. It's not like mom or your sister, unless your sister's hot. It's not just like, it's never a dude. Never a dude doing it. You don't want to see, nobody wants to watch a dude lick his lips and scratch paper and shit. Just
Stop! Ugh. But I get it. It's a whole vibe. They do it. It's a thing. It's cool. Whatever. Whatever. No, these live streams are an entirely different tone than my happy hour. You notice that? Does anybody else notice that? Am I the only person that's noticed that? I would like to make that abundantly clear. These are an entirely different stream. This is me unfiltered. This is me in my environment, doing my thing, stream of thought, saying out loud the things that are in my head. Like, what did we talk about today? We talked about social constructs, what it is to be a man. We talked about automation, universal basic income. I ranted about how companies suck. There's no job security with a corporation. I mean, we were all over the place. And also, by the way, I sealed up. I finished. I bottled. I know we bottled. We bottled 20 cases of liquor today. Yeah, we bottled those cases. We straight up did that. Yeah, I almost forgot. I thought we had did some of it yesterday, but we didn't. Hey, Blue. Yes, waffles. I agree. I like waffles. I mean, I like them absolutely. If 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 I'm ordering food, I'm ordering pancakes. If we're making it at home, I'm making pancakes. If we're if it's continental breakfast, I'm getting waffles because you can't mess up waffles. Uh, I like them a lot. They're perfect. They're perfect meals. They're absolutely perfect meals. And because they've got the little buckets for the butter, and when they're hot, the butter melts into it, and it holds the. Damn, I'm hungry. It holds all the stuff. They're great. They're absolutely perfect foods. But pancake done right is superior to waffle. They're light. They're fluffy. They're crisp on the outside, but not burned. They're just crisp. They're spongy enough that they soak up the syrup and the butter, but they're not so spongy that they taste like sponge cakes. I mean, they're just the perfect. They're when they're done right, they're perfect. When they're too dense and or even too when they're too light and fluffy, they're crepes. Uh, so there you go. Hey, I'm glad you're new to the channel. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. So, just so you know, we are in the middle, like literally right in the middle of a 72-hour live stream extravaganza. There's going to be 2 more shows. What we're doing here is this. Come on. Get my microphone on the other side of the camera. What we're doing here is this. That is one. So you're 20 out of 160. That is 1/8 of the product that we will be producing over the next 2 days. Tomorrow, I'm going to do another set, 2 sets of those. And then I'm going to do at least 1 more set of those. We're going to label them all up, put them in boxes, and then I'm going to endeavor to do at least 1 more set of 20 cases. So that'll bring us up to 60 cases total. I have an order for 100 cases next week. So my goal for the end of Friday is to have 100 cases. My goal for the end of Thursday, noon Thursday, which would be the 72-hour mark, is at least 80 of those cases to be completely finished. I don't have all the boxes yet. I'm still waiting on the shipment of boxes. But that's what I endeavor to do. And then as we lead, so tomorrow will be the big reveal of the label, obviously, because I'll be labeling the bottles. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, tomorrow. But then Thursday is the official reveal of the whiskey label. This is a brand new line of whiskey. We've never had it before. I've been teasing it now for like 2 months. I Spilled the beans yesterday. It's a 95% rye, oaked twice to give it a deep, dark, rich flavor. Um, so this is entirely different than what we normally do. Our Thursday night live streams are whiskey fueled nonsense. This week's whiskey fueled nonsense is going to be, well, we're doing a deep dive into rye and kind of explaining the history of the grain and the history of the spirit. But I'm also doing the big reveal of our new label and our new bottle. We're doing a we're doing a Brussels sprouts challenge where my lovely wife and my co-host, Legal Lisa, will be making Brussels sprouts, which I despise, and I am vocal about despising them. They will be making 3 different dishes of Brussels sprouts for me to try. If I throw up, I lose. I don't know what I lose, but I lose. That's the challenge, whatever. Choke them down, I win. So that's the Thursday night show. It's Whiskey Fueled Nonsense. We do all kinds of different stuff. Next week on our Whiskey Fueled Nonsense show, my co-host, Legal Lisa, who does a weekly feature called Unhinged, where she doesn't review, she showcases 5 remarkable douchebags from from her online dating experience, adventure. Yeah, we'll go with adventure. And next week, what we're going to do is we're going to critique and improve her online dating profile so that she doesn't get as many dirtbags. There you go. And one of our viewers, the goddamn bacon, is going to join her, and we're going to do his online dating profile as well. So we're gonna get a twofer on that one. And then we take a week off for Thanksgiving, and then we're gonna come back for a few weeks in December and do deep thoughts. We'll do a deep thought series where we're going to talk about the lost art of discourse, biological versus social constructs, the matter of evil, and all kinds of fun stuff. It's gonna be a fun month. Yes, Lone Stars Lounge, one of my good buddy of the show. So if you haven't subscribed yet, by all means, go ahead and accept the invitation to subscribe to the channel. We are on our quest for 500 subscribers, and so that we can unlock the community tab and promote our shows and our friend shows, and do all the things that we need to do to begin the long march to 1,000 subscribers, so that space right over there, which will be our tasting room, where we will have bands play, can be monetized on the YouTube channel, so that our bands can split some of that juicy monetization money, and we can support their art and their skills and what they do to larger and larger and more diverse markets. So there you go. But where are we at now? We're at 5:30. Man, if y'all leave me to my own devices, I'm going to sit here and ramble on all damn night. I mean, seriously, y'all need to tell me to go to bed. Y'all need to be like, Old Humble guy, you need to go to bed. See, here's another perk of the job. When I want to drink, perks of the job. Quality control. I tried this barrel. It's good. I tried this barrel. It's good. I've had this barrel. It's good. This one's empty. So I've got to make sure that everything we have is good before it goes into the barrels, or bottles, rather. And here's another fun fact most people don't know. When I'm doing my shows, most of the time I have a drink in my hand. Most of the time, those drinks are water. Unless it's in a clear glass and you can actually see what it is that I'm drinking, I'm probably drinking water. Because I have blue shot glasses. I have blue shot glasses, and in a blue shot glass, water looks remarkably close to whiskey. Last night when I was on the show, Standing Room Only, which is on Facebook, I was I must have had like 8 shots. I was exhausted because I did the live stream earlier in the day, and I was working all day long, and I worked all day before, and I worked all day before that. I was exhausted, so I looked and sounded totally wasted. But I was 100% sober, and I was drinking water the entire night. And at the end of a show is like 2 hours long. At the end of the show, I had to pee really bad. So if y'all go to Facebook, you'll see me. I'm in my hoodie and I'm wearing my sunglasses. I look like I don't know what I look like, but I look like a tech entrepreneur is what I look like. But man, at the end of that show, I had to pee like really bad. That is a good question. Do you do anything to keep your palate clean for tasting whiskey? It depends on the circumstance. Like here, when I'm in the distillery, I know what it is I'm looking for. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I was a sweaty mess. If y'all saw the stream, I was a sweaty mess. But yeah, I mean, you get dehydrated in here. I don't think I had anything to drink all day since 5. I had a little swig out of those. But yeah, dehydration plus whiskey makes for a shitty morning, really shitty morning. But anyway, to rinse your palate between drinks, if you're doing a whiskey tasting and you have different styles of whiskey in front of you, you definitely want to clean your palate in between. And something as simple as water does it. You can do water, you can do soda water, you can do ginger ale, you can do ginger ale, maybe not so much, but water, soda water is really good to cleanse your palate. Just basic carbonated water, seltzer water, unflavored soda water is great for cleansing your palate because there's no flavor to it, and the carbonation helps to neutralize any other flavors that you have because it has that own the particular mouthfeel that you get from a carbonated water. And you absolutely would want to differentiate between, especially if you have different styles. If they're related, it's not that big of a deal because, like with my straight whiskey and my special reserve, they're both 95% corn. They have a similar mash bill or identical mash bill, so they have a similar flavor. So they don't clash with each other when you drink them. But if you take my special reserve and this rye and you put them together, the special reserve and the rye taste drastically different, and you definitely want to cleanse your palate in between those two because the one will affect the flavor of the other and vice versa. So something as simple as a glass of water, warm water, cold water, doesn't matter. Just use it to rinse and swallow and get whatever flavors are in your mouth out. Carbonated water is better. Unflavored carbonated water is better. So there you go. That's what I would recommend. Here, it's not that big of a deal because usually when I'm here and I'm doing quality control, it's always the same whiskey. Every batch that we do is the same whiskey. So all of that whiskey and all of those barrels is the same whiskey. And there's particular things that I'm looking for, and particular things that I'm looking for to be absent. I'm looking for a particular flavor, and no matter how much of whatever I've had, I'm going to get that particular flavor that I'm looking for if it's there. And I'm looking for the things that I don't want to be in my. I'm looking to not taste the things that I don't want to taste, and if they're there, I'll notice them right away. Yeah, I mean something's gotten in the whiskey, something spoiled the batch, some kind of off flavors gotten in there, and I have had to dump a barrel before. It breaks my heart when it has to happen. But there's been one time I've actually tossed out about 35 gallons of booze because it was bad, and something got in it and turned the flavor, and it was unrecoverable. Uh, and it was noticeable right away. It wasn't like uh, take a sip and like 3 or 4 days later you're like, I'm not sure, that was kind of, no, you notice it right away. It's like putting soap in your pasta sauce. You notice it. It's clear and it's obvious. And that barrel had to get tossed. I didn't toss it right away because I was certain that I had tasted it, but I wasn't certain why I tasted it. I had to figure out why whatever happened. But that was about $5,000 worth of product I had to toss out. And I was not at all happy about that. Not at all. That was a very sad day, but thankfully that doesn't happen very often, because that would be bad for the distillery in general. But also, I can say this: when you're going through the distilling process, if you do run across it for whatever reason, something falls into a barrel and funks up a barrel of whiskey, you can always take that barrel, dump it back into your fermenter with your next batch, and run it through the stills again. It puts you 5 years behind, or in the case of our bourbons, 9 months behind. Those 30 gallons comes back out with in the wash, and you redistill it and you restart the process, and you strip the alcohol out of whatever made that water funky. You can absolutely do that. You can put it into your fermenter and you can redistill it and get whatever impurity caused the flavor to turn out of it just by distilling it a second time. With the whiskey that we did, we could not do that, unfortunately. There were extenuating circumstances at our old facility. We just weren't set up to do it. So that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Just how it crumbles sometimes. Just out of curiosity, who's all with me? We got 4 people here. Who's all with me? I see Bullrush, Matubus, Blue Farm, and probably me. I think I probably counted one of the viewers. Okay, so this is what we're going to do, guys. It is after midnight. We've got, I'll give you 15 more minutes. Give me one more question to answer. One more question. I'll soliloquize for another 15 minutes on the answer to one more question, and then I will bounce out of here at the 6-hour mark. We'll go 6 hours today. This will be an 11-hour stream, 11 hours worth of live stream. Goodness. And tomorrow, we'll get at it early. I'll do another table of bottles, and then we'll start labeling. Label up both tables, get them into their boxes. And then if people show up, we may have Lisa join me. May have Carl join me. Folks show up in the afternoon, we will get it going again. But do one more set of bottles, label up both sets, and then run through another set of 20 cases, and then proof another barrel. And that'll be the job for tomorrow. So we should have 60 cases done by tomorrow. Should. We'll see. I'm not sure. Bull Rush. That's a good question. What makes a good whiskey a great whiskey? Or better still, what's the difference between a good whiskey and a great whiskey? Let me tell you a story. I got to prep this up. I'm gonna refill my cup. No, you know what? I'm not gonna refill that cup. This is an involved. This question. This is a good fucking question. You get a whole cup out of this one. Not that cup. Come on.
Why am I such a degenerate that I don't have cups in my distillery? Proper cups. Man. There we go. That's the one. All right. Let me tell you a story. But first, bartender, pour me a whiskey. Neat. You got it, champ. All right, this isn't quality control at this point. That's just drinking. All right. My older brother. I was going to tell you all a story about his first TikTok. I'll tell you a story about his first TikTok tomorrow. My older brother got married in Santa Fe, New Mexico. He got married at a resort hotel, Hilton Resort Hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Nice little place. It was February 2nd, 2002, the year after, the February after the Twin Towers terrorist attack. It was Super Bowl weekend. He got married on Super Bowl weekend. It wasn't supposed to be Super Bowl weekend. It was supposed to be the week after the Super Bowl, but they moved the Super Bowl because of the games that got delayed. Remember? Okay. At his reception, well, in these hotel rooms, they were like those adobe wall hotel rooms, and in the fireplace was basically, it was scrub oak that they used in the fireplace, because this is New Mexico, out in the desert. Well, Santa Fe is not the desert; it's the city. But this is the oak that they used. And when we were at the reception, the hotel staff went into the room. Trust me, this goes to the great whiskey story. The hotel staff came into the room and lit the fires in the fireplace so that when we came back to the room was warm. This was February 2nd in Santa Fe, so it had actually snowed that weekend. We come back to the room and it's warm, and because the way the chimney was built for the fireplace, it went up through the walls, so the entire room smelled like this oaky, smoky, warm, like little cradle that we were in, right? Flash forward several months from 2002, several years from 2002. This little distillery up in Waco called Balcones releases a whiskey called Brimstone, a smoked corn whiskey that's called Brimstone. The corn is smoked over scrub oak wood. When I opened up the bottle for the first time and smelled the whiskey, it smelled like this hotel room. And immediately I make the connection between this Brimstone whiskey and this fantastic time we had in Santa Fe at my brother's wedding. It smelled like that hotel room. It smelled like countless campfires that we've sat around, taking chunks of old oak and tossing it into the fire and telling stories around the campfire. One of my great pastimes that I enjoy doing is going camping. This whiskey smelled like all of that stuff that we did. In my mind, what separates a good whiskey from a great whiskey is when you can connect it to specific events and specific memories, and always remember doing that again. Like you can there's one camp that'll say it's an iconic brand that makes a good whiskey a great whiskey. That's why Jack Daniels is a great whiskey. It's not a great whiskey. It's not even a good whiskey. It's a great brand. But for my money, it's the experience around the whiskey.
always, always, always encourage people to take my bottle, go hang out with a buddy, sit down, share the whiskey. It's always better with people. It's always better when you share it with people. It's always better when you have good stories to tell, and then you can take that whiskey back and remember those stories along with the whiskey. You remember the good time and you want to repeat the good time, and you drink the whiskey and you remember the good time and you want to do it again and do it again and do it again. And that's what makes the whiskey great. The whiskey, what's in the bottle, could almost be anything as long as the experience with it is an important experience. And I don't have control over that part of it. All I know how to do is make good whiskey. You make the whiskey great. You make the great whiskey. I make the good whiskey. You take the whiskey home and you make it great. And that's the difference between good whiskey and great whiskey. Because even the best whiskey, if you remember throwing up on your front porch steps, terrible whiskey. The best whiskey you've ever had becomes terrible whiskey when you throw it up. But even mediocre run-of-the-mill whiskey is great whiskey if it's in a flask that's being passed around after a 30-mile hike, or after a day on the beach, or a day at the lake, or your team wins the World Series or the Super Bowl, or what. Even the most run-of-the-mill pedestrian whiskey becomes great whiskey because I had that whiskey after the World Series or after the Super Bowl or when the Rockets won the championship, and whatever was in that flask was great whiskey. That was the best stuff. That's what makes a good whiskey a great whiskey, in my mind, for my money. I don't know if distilleries can make a great whiskey. They can make good whiskey and they can make better whiskey, and they can make bad whiskey. But I don't know if we have the power to make a good whiskey. And if I could figure out how to make that formula, I absolutely would. Because even the best whiskey, some people like it and some people don't. Even the worst whiskey, some people like it, some people don't, and that's a fact of life. You can't make stuff that everybody loves, and that's a fact of life. Some people are going to love it, some people aren't going to love it, and that's just how it goes. I mean, Hal Pauly Shore had a great movie career for a while. Some people loved his shitty, stupid, but there you go. Do I have pets? Yes. I have a bird, a cat, a dog, 2 guinea pigs. Wally, the distillery dog, has been here on multiple occasions. He will probably be here tomorrow with me. Oliver is not a distillery cat. Hugin is not a distillery bird. The guinea pigs are not distillery guinea pigs. But that is the menagerie. I have 5. No red solo cup. This is a nice, clear, appropriate. Yo, Matty J, what's up, my man? Good to see you. I am 5 minutes before the 6-hour mark. But I was trying to stretch that story out to a full 15 minutes, but I couldn't. But again, just a reminder, tell your friends, tell your channel mates, tell everybody that subscribe to the channel. We're trying to push over 500. The goal is to get over 500 by the end of the week. If I can do it, that'd be awesome. If I can't do it, then I'll go for next week. We'll keep pushing. We'll keep trying. See, that's right. See why you can't stand shit like that, because every person has a Mad Dog 2020 story, or every person has a Jose Cuervo story. Every person has a Jack Daniel story. Every person has an oh shit, I shouldn't have done that story. And it doesn't have to be Mad Dog. It doesn't have to be Jack Daniels. Every person has that story, and it's always a story that ends the same way. But it's not always the same drink. But everybody has that story. My story is Jose Cuervo and Jack Daniels. I have a story for both of those. I also have a story with beer. I drank so fucking much beer, and I just couldn't drink that beer anymore for that particular beer anymore for like 6 months. But there you go. All right, guys, I have to go eat dinner and go to bed. I'm gonna go by Denny's. I'm gonna have some. I don't know if I'm gonna have waffles or pancakes now. Y'all got me thinking. Probably pancakes because you get more of them. You get like fucking that many. And then tomorrow, late morning, I'll probably be back up here. And like I said, we'll do another one of those. Look at that, Matty J. You see that? You see this? See this? This is what we did today. I made that. And that's actually the culmination of 3 days worth of work. It gets much quicker going forward. Like tomorrow, I'll be able to do twice that because I didn't have to, the proofing and organizing all the shit. I'm not going to have to do all that stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow is just going to be bottling, sealing, labeling. That's it. That's all it is tomorrow. Just straight up bottling. I'm not going to have to worry about transferring liquor from one place to another. I'm not going to have to worry about filtering. Well, I got to filter as we bottle, but I'm not going to have to, I don't have to prep up anything. It's come in, get going, boom. So we're going to do this. It starts moving much faster. There's a lot of prep work that goes into it, but it starts moving much faster once prep work's done. Send you 4 bottles. Twisted's here. Sam, love you. Glad you made it. Thank you. But tomorrow, I'll get here relatively early, probably around 10-ish. So that's when the live stream will fire up tomorrow, around 10-ish. We'll do, like I said, another 20 cases of those. Then the label reveal. So the label reveal will be probably shortly after lunch, around 1 o'clock, and we start labeling bottles. We get through the 40 cases that we will stack up, and then bottle up another 20 cases or so, and then label them up, and we'll be done for the day. And that's a day in the life of a distiller. And I'm humbled and pleased that people want to watch me work, because nobody wanted to watch me work when I worked at a bank, except the IT guys who spied on my computer all the time. They get an eye full of news. What else we got? Maddie, I would love to send you 4 bottles. Send me $140. Is that how much it is? 35 times 4. Yeah, 140 plus tax. I mathed on the fly. Chatty-O, glad you joined us, brother. I guess is the after show? Is the 21090 after show wrapping up? Are they wrapping up over there? I assume they are. The last hour I've sat here just jabbering. I could have run the filter one more time. Anyway. Come here. Let me show you something. Y'all are relatively new. Most of y'all are new here. So let's show you. We'll do this. No, I'm sorry. Y'all are going to have to wait till tomorrow. I was going to show you the bottling process. Y'all are going to have to wait till tomorrow, because if I fire that thing up, I'm going to have to recalibrate it again tomorrow. And I know good and damn well that if I fire it up to do 4 bottles, I'm going to do 20. And if I do 20, I'm going to do 60. And if I do 60, I'm going to be here at sunrise. So, no. We're wrapping this shit up. I'm going home. I'm hungry. I'm going to go to Denny's. We will fire up. We'll fire up the internet. Oh, I'm the after party? Oh, well, shit. Well, now I feel compelled to maybe do a few cases. How long does it take to filter that? About an hour and a half? Hour and a half? What time is it? 12:30. God, I do have to eat dinner. I'll be back at 10. We'll fire this back up.
You know what? Let's do this. I'll bring y'all up. Y'all can join me on the show. I'll turn off my camera. I'll go grab some food. I'll go grab some food. I'll come back in about 45 minutes. Y'all can have your after show. You can have your after party. Y'all can chat amongst yourselves. And then I'll come back. I'll turn off the lights and I'll kick y'all out. It'll be last call. Y'all got to go home. Y'all good with that? We could totally do that. But yeah, 10 a.m. I'll be back, and yeah, and tomorrow we go through the entire process of bottling it, corking it, sealing it, and then the big label reveal. The big reveal, the big label reveal. You will finally see the labels for the bottles that I'm working on. And then later on in the afternoon, maybe I'll record some stupid TikToks, do some stuff like that. I'll tell you the story about my brother's first TikTok, my older brother's first TikTok. All right, boys and girls. It has been a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. It's always a humbling experience to know that people want to see me talk about things. I think my tripod looks unbalanced, but maybe not. Maybe it's just me. Maybe my left leg's longer than my right leg. Oh, hey, Sam's here.
Are you leaving?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Is my stuff working? Because I
Hang
have.
on, let me plug in my ears. Yeah. Bear with me. Hold on. I didn't think anybody would actually join me.
My stuff is fixed.
There we go.
What's up, Joe?
You there, Sam?
Yeah, are you there? Are you there?
Sam?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Twisted?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Are you there?
Are you there?
I can't hear anything.
Hello?
What the fuck is going on?
My stuff is working. I think my stuff is working. Chat, will you help me out here? Chatio, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're good.
It's this guy who had too much whiskey
I can't hear anything.
or bourbon.
Fuck, Maddie
Hello?
J too. Everybody's here. Now I can't hear anything. Let me see if I can.
Oh my god, fucking rookie.
Okay, I can like my microphone's working, but my headphones aren't.
Oh.
What's up, man?
Well, I would say hi to him, but he can't hear me.
Cheers, bud.
Twisted, I hear you.
I am drinking
Good.
water.
What's
there we
up,
go.
Matt?
Now I can hear stuff. I don't know. That was weird. That was weird. Cool. So hey guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the apparently the 210
What's up, Joe?
You are the after party.
Oh, are you subscribed to Old Humble Distilling Company article?
Am I subscribed? I am subscribed.
Oh, I asked my husband, actually.
Oh. Make him subscribe.
Say hi to Steve. He's back here. He can't hear
Hi,
you.
Steve.
Hello. Steve, you're pushing 500 right now, brother.
Steve's pushing 500.
Oh, we got a new subscriber.
Humble is.
Yeah, we're at 482. We're
Nice.
At 482 right now.
I'm just saying names right now. That's
You're
not
just
the
saying
right
names.
name.
You're just random.
As soon as I said that name, I'm like, he's not Steve.
I am Joe.
Yeah, he's Joe.
Hi, Joe. Hi, Steve.
Steve is the host, but he can't hear y'all.
Hi, Matt.
You're Chad.
He can see y'all, but he can't hear y'all.
Sam.
Right.
Anyway.
Drunk. Cheers.
Drunk.
I'm drunk too. Cheers.
Cheers.
It's 2-2 Tuesday. It's a drunk day.
Yeah, it is.
I just want
I'm
to
doing
pop on for
quality
like
control
2
here,
minutes
you
to
know.
say hi.
Old Humble Distilling Company. Quality control.
It's Old Humble night too.
Yeah.
And Samantha, I missed 21090 show tonight.
I
mad.
actually noticed that.
Yeah, what
No,
they
it
do
was
over
it
on
was
21090.
it was good. I mean, they played songs that they thought sucked. You missed out. It
Well,
was
that's
good.
not good, Matt. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
What?
You shouldn't be missing the fun nights.
No,
Oh,
this tonight was
yeah.
awesome. I was having so much fun.
I've actually not had a chance to catch their show since they did the reformat to the Drams and Glams.
Oh, jeez.
And I've been wanting to.
Yeah.
Like, I've endeavored to do it every Tuesday night, and something has come up every Tuesday night to block me from doing it.
Catch their replay. Just watch the replay. Watch the recording on you. It's good. It's
Yeah.
fun.
And that's exactly what I should do the next day, but then I forget. So
Remember.
maybe I have something to do to. Okay, so the show's not going to start tomorrow until 11:30 because I'm going to watch 21090 before I come in.
There you go. Do it, man. I mean, it was a good show tonight.
It was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, it usually is.
And they are great guys. They're
Oh,
entertaining.
They
and fun.
feed off each. It's like you watch it. It's like you guys have obviously known each other for years.
Yeah, you can tell that they've been longtime friends. You can tell they give each other
Very-
so much crap.
Yeah.
Very old married couple.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect way to put it.
As much as Andy picks on Todd, and it's just hilarious,
Oh, that's my favorite part.
right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can y'all hear that? Is my microphone giving y'all the same sound it's giving me?
No.
The
No.
background noise.
Kind of
Like a humming?
I heard like a moderate or a mild thing in the background, but
Well,
I don't
It's,
hear it
it's just
now.
white noise. It's white noise
All right.
to me. You're good.
Yeah, it's not making the noise. Okay. Well, guys, I appreciate y'all coming out and hanging out with me.
Are you
It's
leaving?
12:30. I'm past the 6-hour mark, and I really, really, really need to wrap it up.
Alrighty.
All right.
I could just leave y'all to talk, and I'll be back in like an hour if you're good.
I will not be here. I'm gonna go shower and lay down, watch some Letterkenny, and pass out.
Have they released a new season of Letterkenny Problems?
Very, very soon. It's coming out within the next month. So I'm trying to
Okay.
catch up. I just started following it 2 months ago, so I'm binging the hell out of it.
Oh, so you started with season 1, episode 1?
Yep. Yep.
What?
Nice.
Netflix?
Hulu. And let me tell
Hulu.
you, I hate to say it, Bonnie is hot.
Oh my God, Bonnie
Oh my!
I don't even know what y'all are talking about.
Bonnie McMurray.
And I feel icky. I feel gross. How old is she in real life? I'm like, okay, she's 27.
She's like 20-something years old in real life. She's
27. I'm fine.
What's up,
She
Big
was a full-on
2S?
grown up in season 1.
And Blue Farm.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
the one time she walked out of the bar with the smoke when she worked at the bar when it first reopened, and it's just like, that's when she came into her own. I was like, holy shit. Mm-hmm.
Jared Kelso, he's
Yeah.
a very, very good writer and a very, very good actor.
Mhm.
And the first 3 or 4 seasons were really, I think it was the first, it's like the first 4 seasons are really, really good. The 5th season was kind of, Then the 6th season kind of picks it back up a little bit.
It picked it right back up. I think I'm in season 8 right now, and I'm like, I love it.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of behind, a couple of seasons behind on it because I I'd gotten to the end of the series at the time, it was like season 6 at the time. I got to the end of season 6, and then I was waiting on the new stuff to start, and then I got distracted by something else, and I haven't gotten back to it. So I think I'm somewhere in the middle of season 7 or the beginning.
The hockey season where they focused on the hockey players was
that was
but it was still good. The hockey girl or whatever, the hockey babes, so funny.
Right. When they did they were getting the ships The cruise ships
Yep.
with the chick hockey players. That was a fun season. That was an interesting season.
What show is
Right.
this again,
It
Chatio?
is. It's called Letterkenny Problems, and it is based on just a little town in Canada called Letterkenny.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it
the
is,
actual Letterkenny's in Ireland.
right.
Because that's the only one I could pick up, but I think it's a made up town in
It's a fictional town.
in Eastern
but
Canada. Yeah.
The story is that one of Jared's buddies was tweeting about I can't remember the name of the town, but it was the problems in that town, and then they changed the name of the town to Letterkenny and made an entire TV series based off of these tweets.
It's very it's similar to, it kind of reminds me of a lot of Trailer Park Boys, but more refined, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but Canadian.
Yeah. Well, it's both Canadians. That's why I was like, it's similar with the
More
Canadianness, but yeah, it's even more Canadian.
Yeah.
They're bud.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll let you go, man. I know you got to go eat.
Yeah, I gotta eat food.
I gotta go bed.
When are you coming back, Old Humble?
Let's call it 10.
I don't know.
It'll be between 10 and 11.
10 a.m., 11 a.m.?
Yes, between 10
Oh,
and 11 a.m.
I'll be at work, but I'll try to tune in at lunch.
Yeah.
Y'all have a
like
great
I said,
night.
Tomorrow, what we're doing, the agenda for tomorrow is another 20 cases of bottles, and then labeling the bottles, and then another 20 cases of bottles after that. So the big reveal will be probably at 10, 11, around 1 o'clock, probably.
You got some good labels that are coming out. They're pretty snazzy. I like them.
Yeah.
Thank you. You haven't seen the new one yet, have you?
No.
I don't
Okay.
think
I don't think I've seen the new one.
No,
I
nobody
haven't
has.
released that one yet. I don't think anybody's. It's being,
Well, damn it,
it's
you
being leaked
tease.
tomorrow morning.
Yes,
But-
I love it. I love it.
I'm officially leaking it. Y'all will see it first. Then it'll go to Instagram and Twitter, and then we'll do the big official reveal on the happy hour on Thursday.
Nice.
So there you go. By 9 o'clock Thursday, it will be a completely unkept secret.
Heck yeah. Can't wait.
Be like the 6-month pregnant one walking in and saying, "I'm pregnant." Like, we already know.
Right?
Or like when my buddy Mike came out of the closet. Like, yeah, we know Mike.
Yeah. Right?
Been gay since you were 13. We've known this. But
well, I can't
way to
wait
live
to
your
see
life,
it.
buddy. We're proud of you. Yay.
I'm excited to see what you pull out of the closet here tomorrow and Thursday. So there you go.
Come on, check it out. It's
Will do.
It's
Absolutely.
It's fun. Something I've never done before, and I appreciate the fact that people want to watch me work.
Mm-hmm. Looks
I mean,
fun.
what for once?
Exactly, right? Because I don't work very often.
Blue Farm. Joe is a very cool guy. You should come by.
Yeah.
Joe's awesome.
Tell your friends.
Yeah,
it is very
Joe's
nice
a
to meet you
badass.
as well, Blue Farm. And yeah, tell your friends. And
Definitely tell your
Blue
friends.
Farms.
absolutely give me more subs, because if we hit 500 by the end of the week, I will eat an entire horse. That is not
There
true,
you go. Can't wait to see. Meow.
He's not even horsing around.
No, he's not.
horsing around at all.
All right.
McDuvis.
Correct.
All right, guys.
It's all about
All
the
right,
sweat.
Chatio.
And
I'm
yeah,
gonna head out.
tomorrow at 10, it's going to be in the mid 70s. So I'm going to be like the amount of work that I'll be doing tomorrow. I can turn on a fan to keep it cool, but then you hear the fan in the background. So
Yeah, it'll be in the 50s here, so yuck.
Do you hear my fan in the background? Hi, I live in Texas too.
You're good.
It'll be in the mid 70s here in North Carolina.
Lucky.
nice.
All right,
Nice.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Chatio.
All right.
Not you
Cheers.
guys.
All right, guys. Matt, Sam, been a pleasure. It's good to see you again, especially you, Matt, and you, Sam. I've seen you more recently than I've seen Maddie. So
Mm-hmm.
it's good to see you both, but it's really good to see you again.
Samantha's good people.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matt.
I didn't want. I don't. As soon as I said it, I didn't want to sound like I'm really glad to see you, Matt. No, by the way, Sam, I'm glad you showed up too. What I meant was,
By the way, this is what you're
I've
here.
seen Twisted in the last several days. I haven't seen
Yeah,
you,
I mean,
Maddie,
I'm
in like
around.
months.
No, she's awesome, people.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
I mean, good to see you too, Sam. I guess. I mean, fine if you're gonna.
I guess.
All right, guys. Good night. Love you bunches. Thanks for coming out and seeing me, and I'll
Yes,
see you all tomorrow.
All right.
Later.
All right.
Later.
Boop and boop and guys, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages. This has been the second installment of the 72-hour live stream extravaganza. I'm sorry, 72 hours of live streaming extravaganza. We are up to hour number. We're past hour 11. We're into hour 12, and you will see more of me tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Be awesome to each other. Cheers and good night.